And chat, how's it going, guys? Welcome back to Final Fantasy XIV, where some shit is going down. How the fuck are we getting out of this situation, chat? How the fuck are we getting out of this situation? I'll tell you how I think we're getting out of this situation. So, maybe I'll bring the crew on. Hang on.
Are you getting any alcohol?
Hello.
Have you photo ID? Hello.
Hey, so I brought you guys on so you can hear directly my theories about what's about to happen.
Okay then.
Okay, so I think I had thought that Emmett Selk was going to be an ongoing villain, at least until Endwalker. I thought he was going to be he was going to survive the Shadowbringers story and be one of the antagonists.
The arc villain for, yeah.
Yeah. However, now with this confrontation, I think he dies as the final-ish boss of Shadowbringers, or one of them. And I think what's going to happen is we're going to feed him all this light. And either make him fucking explode, because that's what happens when you feed a shit ton of ether to an Ascian, or fight him in some kind of hopped up on light form. Because I don't see really another way out of this situation. Because holy shit, we're in trouble.
Yeah, we are still in trouble.
We are in trouble. I do not want to talk to any of the optional NPCs because I would just be heartbroken by all the resignation and despair.
You are now the beacon of a world's destruction. Ralga would be conflicted.
Very conflicted. I'm so proud, except now I have to destroy you. Well, that was jack all for the cactpot. Oh, hi, Milena. Man. We're in trouble now, boys. In non-Final Fantasy XIV news, the chapter of the Marvel Rivals event that's going on right now, that just unlocked today, is a newspaper clipping wondering if Squirrel Girl is a were-squirrel, because people have been seeing Ratatoskr in Central Park, and they think it's her. And that is incredible, and I love it.
Yeah, and also if there's a bit of dialogue where because in the new map, Ratatoskr is basically the payload. It's a payload map, and you are escorting Ratatoskr to Dracula to fucking kill his ass. It's amazing. And if you play as Squirrel Girl, Ratatoskr considers making Squirrel Girl her avatar. Also, Ratatoskr is a girl in this canon, which is weird, because that's unusual, but whatever. Ratatoskr considers making Squirrel Girl her avatar on this plane of existence, which is a fucking badass concept.
Hell yes.
And I hope the comics... I genuinely hope the comics pick that up, because that would be amazing.
That would be incredible.
Also, if you are the man with the eyes of the hawk. I am friends with I am close friends with an eagle back in Asgard. And I'm just knowing the myth. I'm just I'm not sure close friends is the right terminology when all you do is constantly go up and down the world tree to talk to Chris Velger and Midgardsormr, specifically to lie about the other one to them just to make them hate each other more. It is the gossip squirrel.
Yes.
That is all it does.
There's also, most importantly, a bit of dialogue between Thor and Ratatoskr acknowledging Frog Thor.
Hell yes, I was so happy when you showed me that.
Although that being said, that is not my favorite interaction with Ratatoskr in the new map. My favorite interaction...
It's Ratatoskr.
Ratatoskr, sorry. My favorite interaction with Ratatoskr on the new map is not any of those. It is, in fact, with Jeff the Shark, where Ratatoskr admits that she is jealous because everyone thinks that Jeff is cute.
Yeah. Also, if you hadn't, I would have.
But anyway, that is enough Marvel Rivalzine for now.
It's time to consider Shadowbringers.
It is time to consider Shadowbringers.
I mean, we did mention Hraesvelgr, although he's Heaven's Ward, I suppose.
The manager of suites seems surprised to see you up and about. Oh, miss, you're awake. You were injured during the foray on Mount Gold, yes? I was here at my station, as always, when they carried you in on a makeshift stretcher, looking disturbingly bereft of vigor. And to compound my worry, the sky is... well, I'm sure you've seen. It has everyone rather concerned, to say the least. Seeing you up and about is the first good news we've had in a while. Assuming you feel strong enough, would you mayhap consider a stroll around the city to reassure our anxious citizens? Oh no, this is exactly what I didn't want to do. I knew it was going to force me to do some of it, but oh no, not like this. Bragi.
Not like this.
Bragi was one of those who helped convey you to your chambers, and he has visited several times since to inquire after your condition.
Also, as promised, I have in fact used the Fantasia to go back to my normal height.
Wait a minute.
Oh.
You magnificent bastard.
You got there eventually.
God, that was brilliant of you. I'm so proud of you for that. Remind me, did Dai know?
I knew. Chat knew too, because as soon as I pointed it out in game, or it was like, oh no, he can't be Graha, he's too short. Everybody in chat was like, wait, what? And then I told them in spoiler chat.
Say nothing.
So they've been keeping the secret for the last 6 months too, I take it.
Oh yeah. Yep.
Yeah. God, the amount of things I've had to keep quiet about on stream.
Hey, that's the name of the game when you work with me, man.
Mm-hmm.
Just Minda's ploy, my Graha obsession, Reen's name so many times came to the tip of my tongue. I was like, nope.
Yeah. Yeah, but Reen and Graha both were two struggles this expansion because Reen, it's so hard not to use their real names when discussing them.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Especially since when the fan base are talking about the two Minphilias, you have Reenphilia.
Mm-hmm.
Well, look who's back from the dead. Hi, it was a grim sight. Your companions looked fair ready to drop when they brought you in, so I offered a helping hand. Couldn't bear to see them struggle so. And you, my friend, I feared you had one foot in the grave. Cold and lifeless you were, like a corpse that was somehow still breathing. Then they told me some evil bastard went and snatched our poor Exarch away in the midst of the chaos. Wicked white, what is this world coming to? Sort of like the laugh when Frey got revealed? I think better than the laughter that you guys had when I finally found out that Frey was a figment of my imagination was the laughter you guys had when I said, yeah, but she's real horny about it.
Yeah. I think the biggest laugh of that whole thing was still you going, God, why do people keep treating Freya and I like we're the same person?
No.
Because it was so on the nose. The way you phrased that.
The biggest laugh, I think, was when Lore went on that diatribe directly to Frey, telling Frey to stop acting like that and to stop being so horny. Why are you so horny? And we're in the middle of that crowded place filled with NPCs and players.
Yeah.
It's like
I went off on her.
Else can see them.
I went off on her for like 2 minutes straight.
In the middle of a public place.
God, that whole quest line. I've got to go back and extract that quest line and make it like its own set of videos.
Yeah, you could easily condense that down to like a 5-10 minute highlight reel. That would just be perfect.
God, I should do that. I've got to track down what videos those are in. God, that was ages ago.
Yeah.
I could use some
labeling them properly.
chat. If any of you want to, I could use some help tracking down which of my videos the Dark Knight questline stuff was in.
I think we did it all in one video, right? Like we leveled you up to 50, and then just did like the 30 to 50 quest lines all together. I think.
I think it took a couple videos.
Yeah, we might have spread it out over. Oh no, we had to spread it out over a couple because at that level you actually get important abilities as part of the quests.
Yeah.
So like we couldn't just lightly go into level 50 because then you would have had to go for like 10 levels without an AoE, and that just is not it's just not something you can get away with.
1 second, I'm gonna bust at the door. Be right back.
All right. Anyway.
But moaning never solved a thing, did it? Nay, it's times like these that we Crystarium folks stand tall and do what needs to be done. Trade with Yulmore is back on the table. We'd best make use of those resources to fortify the city against the Eaters, or whatever misery the fates deem fit to throw at us next. Speaking of misery, Chesamil was worried sick about you. A healer wringing her hands is not a sight you ever wish to see, let me tell you.
Ooh. Yeah, that's one of those, like, things you don't want your doctor to say.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, speaking of off-session stuff I've done, I got bored of waiting for us to get back to those frickin' relic weapons. So, here, turn around. So I decided to just do it.
Nice! Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, because, like, this is just one of the coolest relic weapons in the game.
That's
now, because we are still, like, trying to do this together, I did go and got a different relic weapon. Back up to the same stage where we're at. So now I'm just going to be working on the Scholar relic instead of the Summoner relic.
Oh, you're a girl now, huh?
There it is.
Well, I didn't look closely at you, Minda.
I know. That's why it was funny when you didn't notice. You noticed it faster than last time when it took you an entire stream and me pointed it out to happen.
Dark Knight 40 to 50 is in part 49. Can you send that stuff in the stream chat channel in the LWU server, please? Like the I need Dark Knight 30 through 60.
And now that you've noticed, I can actually go back to normal for real.
You did that just to fuck with me? All right.
Yes.
Yeah, you didn't get enough of fucking with me, huh?
Nope.
Not
Making
that
you do
ever
perception
would.
checks on stream is always funny.
I don't understand why you would ask that question, Law.
Oh, sweetie, you're alive. No one's been allowed to see you. Even Spagyrix chirurgeons were forbidden from making visits. Green was kind enough to tell me you were showing symptoms similar to Eater corruption, so I suppose there was little any of us could have done for you in any case. As for your companions, they've been rushing hither and yon, seeking a cure to your condition. I worry to see their faces grown ever more haggard every time they pass through the Crystarium. I shall let them know you're awake. And when they come to see you, sweetie, please do convince them to rest a bit. They won't be helping anyone if they all collapse of exhaustion. And our own Morin has been little better, I'm afraid. He hasn't left the cabinet, too busy with his nose buried in one dusty tome or another. Hey, remember all these NPCs you met 20 hours ago?
Oh my god!
They all are invested in your well-being.
I don't know why, but I just imagined
Wow.
A nun and a Tia from the S clan of Makotes, the Shadow Nun and Sonic Tia, and then just the jet the jet animation where it's just you're a beta male, Sonic.
So, is Anti-Bert the opposite of Firm Albert? Are you just sitting at that table, Melina? Huh.
Yeah, that's the thing you can do.
I find it funny, just like when we're running from place to place, and Milena's always there, just in some sort of pose as we pass by. It's like
I don't know if we should make her a party member in canon or just somebody who looms over us.
Or the equivalent. She's the equivalent of that Lalafell from the yeah. Words.
Like,
cat words right now. There's a cat in my face.
She's you know in games you get a lot of games have one shopkeeper who is always everywhere. Milena's descended from one. She is everywhere at once because it's a bloodline trait.
Now, speaking of looming, look at my screen.
That lighting.
Confound it. This says the same thing as the last. Mayhap I should approach the problem from a different perspective. One sec, I gotta blow my nose.
Gasp. Oh, we are creating Milena's lore as we speak.
Lore, is it truly you and not some figment of my imagination?
Waka the 14th!
Oh, but this is wonderful! 'Twould seem our prayers have been answered. Feeling otherwise helpless, I've been scouring our shells for the wisdom to explain this most worrisome conundrum. Why, with all the light ones defeated, has the light returned to obscure the sky? I must have pored over 100 tomes, but no definitive conclusion seems forthcoming. So many questions I would pose to the Exarch, and thus do I feel his absence all the more keenly. Now that you are awake, however, I am hopeful the search for our stolen steward might begin in earnest. Catless, meanwhile, leads the crystalline mean in preparations for battle, though against what foe we are as yet uncertain. Why not pay her a visit? I expect seeing you upright would be a much welcome relief. Yes, I got lost because I jumped off of a random side of this place. Shut up.
That's your excuse and you're sticking with it.
That wasn't an excuse, that's just a fact of what happened. Lore, alive and well, I see. Well, alive, anyway. You gave us all a proper fright, you know that? Not a day's gone by that I haven't heard folk worrying what's to become of you or the Exarch. Anyway, I'm glad you've recovered enough to stand. You're not planning on striking out straight away, though, are you? I was hoping to have a better look at your equipment. If we'd been able to provide you with better weapons or sturdier helms, then maybe you would have won the day and the Exarch would still be here. I like that they're not blaming me.
Yeah.
As such, we're keeping busy consulting each other on new forging techniques and designs and the like. If you could stand still a moment, I'd like to assess the gear we're trying to improve. Aye, well, that's some fine work, I must admit. It wouldn't be impossible to make something better, but we need to experiment with different patterns and materials, and I'm not sure we have that kind of time. That sounds like a challenge that he would enjoy. God, I hate that row haircut. Greetings, Glynard. The Master of the Stairs is running his own errands now, is he?
That's not a widow's peak. That's the rock that's floating above it like somehow.
Ha! Aye, well, my servers are distraught enough as it is, and I didn't want to crack the whip too hard. But never mind that. I'm thinking our absent genius and his epiphanies are the perfect answer to this predicament of yours. And by genius, you mean old Grenoble? He is a man of unrivaled gifts. I won't argue with you there.
Grenoble?
But what good does his talent do us if we can't bloody find him? No one's seen hide nor hair of Grenoble since he wandered off some years ago. You know what he's like once he latches onto an idea. He's probably cloistered himself in some forgotten cave, completely absorbed in his latest creation. I wouldn't even know where to start looking. That does make things difficult. Still, if that eccentric is someone you're destined to meet, I wager he'll show up soon enough. In my time at the bar, many's the tale I've heard told of strangely fated encounters, even if a few of them might be stretching the truth just a bit. We'll keep our noses to the grindstone for the time being, but on the off chance you do encounter Grenoble, you'd be wise to take advantage of his brilliance rather than wait on our slow and steady progress. This is all talk for when you're fully recovered, of course. I'll let you get back to convalescing, eh? Before you do that, you're actually the reason I came over here in the first place. I don't suggest partaking of my stock until you're properly well, but if you're passing near the stairs, then I've a regular who's eager to see you. Is it Lena? Was that the name of the Vieira, Captain?
Yes, Lena.
Okay. I'd better be getting back. Just because the world's coming apart at the seams doesn't mean we have to follow suit now, does it? Here, here. We can't forget the heart upon which this city was founded, where the Exarch might not have much of a home to return to. I like that these people are so resilient.
Well, like this, you gotta be.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
This went much better than I was expecting.
Well, they still don't really know, so there is that.
Yeah.
And everything's back to normal.
Ah!
God damn it, Minda. I was like, where'd Teddy come from? How many Fantasias have you spent today?
Just the one. When you Fantasia, you can, you have like an hour grace period to like go in game and decide whether or not that your Fantasia is the way that you want it.
Nice.
Yeah, that is not Zeminda, that's the Maxter.
Lore, are you all right? No.
It's why your Lalafel's Minminda, because mini da.
Yes. Yes.
I think a return to your sickbed might be in order. Or you might consider resting a while atop the watchtower next to the rookery. This damnable sky doesn't make for the most soothing scenery, but the Exarch often liked to stand there and feel the wind upon his face. How often did it blow his hood off?
Oh, I need to find a cutscene that glitched from when Femproth guys were first introduced.
Yeah, and I got the idea from reading chat. Chat suggested I do that. I'm like, I have the... I don't even need to spend the Fantasia to do this, so perfect.
Why is everything that came at Hrothgar made condom? It's not what I was looking for.
And I need to mute you all because one thing I actually do not like about my actual appearance is the voice. So I'm going to take this opportunity to change that because that is actually something worth changing, because currently Zaminda has kind of a high-pitched, annoying voice, so we're going to fix that right now.
Yeah, this is a great vista that I definitely want to stare out at.
The people of this city have spirit, I'll give them that. They've not lost the will to fight.
Yeah, thank God.
I can imagine how torn you must feel, looking at that sky. Knowing what it means to everyone.
I'm incredibly behind.
And that you're responsible.
It's all such a mess. Those are good expressions for a Vieira face.
Aye. An all too familiar one.
To be fair, this was the expansion Vieira were introduced, so they probably
no one else to bear the burden for you.
The deader faces are probably imported from Aura.
You're in a corner, and there doesn't seem to be any obvious way out.
Okay, Ardbert, here's the thing. It occurs to me that a solution might be for me to kill myself, thus having no host for the light to go into. But I don't know if that would work, and I'd like to exhaust other options first.
But that doesn't mean it's over. However hopeless it seems, you haven't lost yet. I remember looking up at the sky like this before. Being caught up in a strange kind of calm. It was after we realized we were responsible for the flood. When we resolved to journey to the source by taking our own lives. One last sacrifice. One last fight. One last failure. And then the Oracle appeared and, well, you know the rest. There were times in the years and decades that followed when I wondered if we might not have been better off just letting the rejoining happen. That we'd made one last mistake. But seeing that giant Talos stir to life cured me of any doubts I still had.
It was pretty cool.
Always we took the burden of fighting upon ourselves. That's what heroes do, isn't it?
I see where you're going with this.
To see anything like that. Our people coming together as one. To think that their hope still burned so bright. That they were still so eager to live, they would lift up their fellows, one on top of the other, till they reached the sky. No. We made the right decision. And I can finally feel proud of the part we played in helping this world survive.
Don't leave him hanging, Lore.
Well, come on then.
Don't leave him hanging. Even if your fist passes through his.
As I thought. What happened between us was no coincidence. My story may be finished, but the fates have gifted me a minor role in yours.
Wait, that wasn't an actual fist bump? You were just trying to trigger this?
Much the moment I realized you could hear me.
Everyone's duping me today.
But it's hard not to doubt yourself when you're the man who caused the flood. I was afraid to do anything more than watch for fear of making things even worse. But no longer. After all, the path I once walked is now yours to finish. For what it's worth, I cast my lot with yours. If you need a push, I'll be right there behind you. If you lose control, I'll do my best to stop you.
Hell yeah. I mean, I don't know what you can do as a ghost, but...
So, let us be about it, hero.
Oh, I was worried you were up here all alone.
Hey!
And fretting and wallowing in your woes. But look at you, grinning at nothing like a pollen-run pixie.
Can I tell them about the ghost?
Look at what you've done to your ether. It's a mess. And you have cracks running all through that pretty soul of yours. My poor little sapling. Whatever am I to do with you?
I could use some suggestions, Feoul.
Shall I yield up my throne? You could claim it, cut ties with the mortal world, hide away in the castle.
I appreciate it, but that's not my style. I go down fighting or not at all.
It won't fix the problem, but would it really matter? If any pesky heroes come calling with steel and magic, all of Il Meg will rise up in your defense. My crown and scepter are yours, if you want them.
That's sweet of them.
What? Don't give me that look. Of course I knew before I asked that you'd never ever heed such a wicked suggestion.
So, everyone's fucking with me today.
And besides,
Hi, Kitty.
what would become of my precious and ephemeral flower? Oh, my dear beloved sapling. You are lost, confused, and have precious little time to gather your wits. Your kind is always so preoccupied with what lies ahead, and so we muddle your vision with fog and glamour. But such trickery is easy to see through. Stand very, very still. Think not of where you need to go, but where you are right now at this moment. At this time, in this place.
Man, the writing in Shadowbringers is so much better than the rest of the game.
Yeah, and it was never bad in the first place. It's just incredible now.
Our cairn of crystal. From shadowed hood he watched you go, his ruby eyes with warmth aglow. See yourself as he saw you, and that shall be the clearest clue.
Hey, baby.
You stand in his garden, dear sapling. Ask his flowers what they know, and you will surely find an answer. But what will you do with it, I wonder? I'll be watching and waiting. Waiting and watching.
Chat's talking about Paladin 51 to 60 being the one bad part of the game, and like, I'm dreading getting there because of how much you guys have talked down on it.
It's going to be so much fun to roast it.
Fair enough.
I mean,
It's that bad that we will have fun roasting the shit out of it.
it almost had a great climax and then just drops absolutely everything it was leading up to and just resets the status quo. Like, why?
Yeah.
Okay, so that cutscene that you just had, when Dawntrail first released, if you were playing as a female Hrothgar and got there, during the instead of fist bumping, for some reason you just sunk into the ground, so only your head was sticking out of the wooden planks underneath you.
What?
Yeah. Female Hrothgar was broken on that one specific cutscene. It was kind of funny.
That's very silly.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't find it. I can't find footage of it, sadly.
Oh, I did not expect to see you on your feet so soon. Surely you have not come in search of an Amaro. What do I know of the Crystal Exarch? I am happy to share, but I fear there will be no surprising revelations. As any in this city could tell you, he is a man of wisdom and compassion, and many untold secrets. But none can doubt his generosity. When the Crystarium was being constructed, he even allowed folk to plunder the tower for resources. He has imposed no restrictions upon us but one. No one except the Exarch is permitted to dwell within the spire. Many seasons past, a comrade of mine was bold enough to ask the reason why. The Exarch merely smiled and said, because one day the Crystal Tower may vanish as suddenly as it arrived. As soon as he's gone. Interesting.
Okay, I haven't found a video of it, but I found screenshots.
Alright, let me see.
Okay. They're coming through now. It's like fucking ceiling cat reversed.
That is not nearly furry enough to be a Hrothgar.
Yeah.
Well, it's better than nothing, I suppose.
Yeah, it looks better when you can see, like, the whole worth just the top of their face.
Oh yeah, paste that in chat.
So I did not want to interrupt the cutscene while I was doing it, but I have shifted to actually, for real, the usual Zeminda. And it was annoying because the inn in the Crystarium is the one inn in the entire game that does not have a bell to the statistician. So I had to teleport to Limsa to change my hairdo back to its usual thing because I have a hairstyle that I earned in game, and so I can't just do that. So I had to go all the way to Limsa to change my hairdo, so I could come all the way back here, so I could finally look the way I want to look.
While using my elevator. By elevator, I mean there is a tree and I just jumped down the bit. It's kind of like an elevator, except there isn't one.
at this very moment, the other scions are running around the place, desperately trying to find me, as I nimbly evade their every move. Oh, was there something else you needed? If you've come for the results of my research into this persistent light, I'm afraid there's little to tell as of yet. Records pertaining to the Exarch? Well, I need no documentation to relay what little I know of his history, if that is what interests you. Ahem. Less than a decade had passed since the coming of the Flood, when the Crystal Tower first flashed into existence. Its summoner, the Exarch himself, became known to the refugees in Lakeland soon thereafter. He welcomed all who sought out the spire, be they locals who had lost their homes, or Vobertites fleeing their ruined kingdom, and together did they found the city which would become the Crystarium. Some thought to call him king, for he refused to share his name, but the summoner did not deem himself worthy of royal address. Thus did the people consider his scintillating skin so alike to the tower he had summoned, and bestowed upon him the title of Crystal Exarch. As for his true name, well, it would seem that is a mystery that remains unsolved to this day. Feoul appears before you with Jandalane's scissors floating around her.
Yeah.
Or them. I was reading chat, give me a break.
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
every time-
Jandalane has no business beyond the first, which is why it's not here, but it would be very funny if he just showed up anyway, somehow.
It also would be funny if, with a Feoul idea, it would be really funny if you used their haircutting services and they just gave you a random haircut instead of what you actually asked for.
That would be funny. They should do that.
Yeah.
Lore, it is good to see you awake and alert, my friend. What's this about? You're not writing the Exarch's memoirs, are you? I'm not sure how much I can tell you, considering we avoid asking too many questions. Unspoken rule and all that. If anyone has fresh insights to share, then it'd be Captain Lena, I'd say. Yeah, finally we talked to her. She lost her parents to an Eater attack not long after she was born, and the Exarch saw to her upbringing. Outward appearances aside, those two are like grandfather and granddaughter. I imagine the news of his predicament hit her doubly hard, not that our proud captain would ever let it show. If you do decide to talk to Lena, she'll be at her usual post at the Exensor Gate. That is... not in the Crystarium, it looks like.
Yeah, just use the Aetheryte to get to the exit. It's closer than teleporting to Fort Job.
Yeah. Okay. I need to stop and feed my cat, otherwise he will not shut up.
Meow.
Even pets from me.
Me too.
I got a mysterious cut on my thumb today.
I get those all the time. It's so weird.
Yeah, it's like, huh, I'm suddenly bleeding. If only I had a cat, then I wouldn't be confused.
Lore, I was not told you had awoken. A welcome surprise. Now, if only the Exarch was returned to us. He was taken by this rival of yours, was he not? Your companions mentioned they had an idea of where to find him. And so I bristled when they asked for patience. I did not understand their hesitation until I saw that you had fallen. Only then did I realize that I had no business rushing ahead. Even so, the delay has been no less agonizing. In the moments before he left to join you in Kalusia, the Exarch entrusted me with a key. It opens a door in the ocular to a chamber known as the Umbilicus. This room is in the heart of the tower, into which only the Exarch himself is permitted to enter. He bid me allow none into the tower once he had departed. Only in the event that an army of eaters descended upon the city was I to access the Umbilicus and awaken the defensive barrier. Never before had he left me with such instructions, but the battle with Vothri loomed near, and at the time I accepted the key without much thought. Since then, however, that moment is all that occupies my mind. When I recall the look upon his face, he knew that some terrible fate awaited him. Tell me, Lore, I need to know what he feared, what battle you and your companions are truly fighting. Forgive me. I trust in the Exarch, and I should not be voicing these doubts when he is not here to respond to them personally. Oh, that sucks that we can't tell her. But you have come to me with a question of your own, have you not? Ah, I see I am not the only one who burns for answers. The time has come to open the tower's heart. Though we do not face an invasion of eaters, I suspect the city will be in far more danger if you do not gain the knowledge you seek. In his garden was that quest name. The
yes, I am
unbroken
back.
thread.
So yes, I am back to normal, or am I? That's going to bother Brain at least forever. Lore's perception, past perception, is low enough that he kind of just has to trust that I am in fact back to normal. That Brain will always be looking. Always be looking.
Just like if this was an animated show, just every now and then when the scene is on Minder, there's just Bryn in the background squinting.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, I'm trying out a new voice because the voice I did not really like to hear. Let me.
You did sound like a child.
I feel like I hit puberty.
Are you at puberty age, man?
I get apparently.
I have so much to learn about Makote.
Yeah.
You hit puberty and shrank.
Come, meet me in the ocular, and I will unlock the door within. I hope somebody in the audience got my reference.
Use a Fantasia to turn my cat into a Rogadin. I don't think it works that way. Yeah, I remember last time I used the Fantasia to turn into a girl and you didn't know this, we joked that it was just a Viera thing because Viera don't have gender presentation until a certain age, so that was just Lore seeing Zaminda as a baby. Because in Viera years, Zaminda probably is in fact too young to express gender.
Nah, Viera tend to hit puberty around the same age as most races.
Oh, they like hit puberty and then their age slows the fuck down?
Yeah.
Okay. Still a funny concept, though. Alpha no hits puberty, he doesn't grow, he shrinks.
I have unlocked the door to the umbilicus. You are free to enter. Once you have what you require, I'll see it sealed once more. Until then, I will remain without.
I almost feel like inviting her in. I do feel like inviting her in, but I probably shouldn't. That's a lot of books. Really? You mean a crystal seizure from the device? Did Urian J ever meet Graha during the first Crystal Tower questline?
No.
Not that we saw.
So he wouldn't recognize
My
him.
true name is Grahatia, then.
He probably would because they both attended school together, though.
Oh, did they?
Yeah, they are both from Shellian.
Yeah, they're both from Charlingen, and Graha is very close friends with Kryle, which doesn't come up very often, but it's actually something she talks about quite a bit during the Eureka quest line, but we never really... But we didn't finish that, so we haven't seen that yet.
Yeah.
And so, at the very least, Graha and Urian J are like friends of friends.
Thou hast, by subtle means, reached across the boundaries of time and space to unsow the seeds of catastrophe, ere its creeping vines drag our champion unto an early grave.
In essence, yes. A difficult story to swallow, I'm sure.
Oh, he swallowed way more difficult stories than that, Graha.
Phrasing?
I said exactly what I meant.
I doubt not the veracity of thy words, not the account of thy coming, nor that of the fated calamity. Yet my mind straineth still to apprehend the enormity of this tale. Wouldst thou favor me with a gradual unfolding of its chapters?
Oh, we're getting a big cutscene then.
Certainly. But where to begin? I should start with those great minds who survived the calamity. Sid Garland being perhaps the greatest.
Yeah, how did they fetch you from the Crystal Tower, Graha? Because you were in there for the long haul.
In hopes of staying the unending tides of war, he and his fellows pursued all manner of possible solutions. One of these was rooted in a theory which unified several fundamental principles discovered over the course of the Warrior of Light's adventures. It proposed a method by which one could enter the River of Time, traverse the rift, and leap between worlds.
Seems like it's a little outside
That
Sid's
idea,
wheelhouse.
however, was a work which consumed their lifetimes. And thus was it left to future generations to decide whether theory would be put into practice. But all the while, the world continued to burn. Hope was a feeble outpost, beset on all sides by thievery and misery and murder. People cried out in despair, "There is no hope, we are finished. Mankind is finished." Then others raised their voices in answer. Though we be beyond salvation, those who came before may yet be saved. We will forge a crossroads and pave the way for a different future. By the wisdom of our forebears, we will prevent this calamity from ever having come to pass.
This is a cool rendition of this theme.
The fighting went on unabated. But some few took up Sid's research and labored to realize those impossible ideas. After 2 centuries of labor, their descendants finally succeeded.
Wow,
in
that chaos
awakening
lasted for
power,
centuries?
an integral part of the process. And in doing
Yep.
so,
Yeah.
roused its caretaker, me. By this stage, scholars had largely established the phenomena underpinning the rejoining, and identified the first as the shard which precipitated the 8th umbral calamity. This grand structure was already capable of storing the energies required to attempt the translocation. All that remained was to augment some few of its functions based upon the theoretical models of Sid and his compeers.
7th Umbral Era was uniquely short. Oh, that's not my surprise. My surprise is that the chaos and murder and destruction lasted for centuries instead of calming down after a couple of decades.
Yeah.
Like, how did the world survive that long if it was just in that state?
Tribalism.
I mean, yeah, it's the thing about like extinction level events is that like they don't happen as quick as you would think. Like, there's always going to be like some lingering survivors that just sort of limp along for a few generations, which, you know, which does not sound optimistic or hopeful, but it is what it is.
Yeah.
And by means of such technologies didst thou effect thine arrival in the first, to an age before this star had joined with the source.
Some while before, as it turned out. 'Tis all but impossible to predict how time will flow between one world and the next, and we missed our mark by almost an entire century. But this only worked in our favor. The Sin Eaters could not be defeated without the blessing of light, and summoning the only woman who might stand a chance against them would require decades of preparation.
An undertaking of scarce credible endurance. That thou hast kept thy plan from falling into disarray these many years bordereth on the miraculous. Yet howsoever history be rewritten, thy present self was shaped by events which followed the calamity. Should said catastrophe be averted, the very skein of thine existence will unravel. Surely thou hast foreseen.
I mean, he's kind of become uncoupled from time, Arion J. He might not disappear. Though maybe he's counting on that so that he doesn't even exist in the void as a Light Warden. He was just gonna absorb the light, leave, and then evaporate in the void.
I am aware of the consequences. 'Tis for that very reason Sid and his colleagues bequeathed their legacy as an offering, and not an edict. To give all of oneself for the happiness of others, and with no promise of reward, 'tis a hard thing to ask. Harder still for those condemned to survive in a world which pitted brother against brother. Indeed, you are right to call the execution of this plan miraculous, though the force which held it together was nothing so inexplicable. It was her. The warrior of light has been our unbroken thread. Where others would stumble and fall, she would rise above. Where others would break and run, she would carry on. The warrior of light's tale is one of unyielding bravery. To tell it was to feel courage. To hear it was to feel hope. It was a breath of inspiration in an age of suffocating shadow. In the histories of a fallen nation was our hero hailed as its greatest ally. In the time-worn pages of a noble's memoirs were her deeds joyously retold. For many, These stories were the flame which warmed them through the coldest of nights. And so it should come as little surprise that the plan found no shortage of volunteers, concerning as it did the Warrior of Light herself. It was their chance to add their own verse to the hero's saga. She was the lodestar that brought them all together, to send their final message back through time and space to her. The light of your legacy was our torch in the darkness. Burn bright again and live.
No pressure, though.
I am merely the bearer of that wish, come to ensure it is safely delivered.
Wherefore sharest thou this burden with me and no other? What wouldst thou have me say?
Ariane, he knows you compulsively keep secrets. You're the one he can most trust to keep this a secret.
That you will be my accomplice? 'Twas you yourself who convinced me of your suitability when you spoke of how you learned of the Flood, and of your part in arranging Minfilia's journey to the First. Your actions showed uncommon resolve. 'Twas clear you were committed to the cause of saving this world. I knew I could trust you to choose the right path forward, even if that choice came with a heavy price.
So you plucked him from our world on purpose, unlike
What
the others.
price?
When all is said and done, and the last of the Light Wardens lies slain, I will absorb their corrupted ether, and then I will die. Knowing what I know of your companions, not to mention your champion, they will try to stop me. But in saving one, they would save none. Therefore, I implore you to aid me in concealing my identity and ensuring this tale ends as it must. To this end, I would have you take what I have told you of the Calamity and make of it a portent. A prophetic vision you beheld in the swirling chaos of the rift.
So that was a lie too, Ariane, huh?
Is this truly thy wish?
History remembered the Warrior of Light, as I knew it would. And I will suffer no other to rescue the champion whose star has charted
You
my
had terrible
course.
gotcha luck with an apostrophe between the G and A. That's great.
I will see this tale to a happy end, my friend. There has been enough tragedy.
Is the Warrior of Light even in this thing?
I love him so much.
Careful now. If you lose control again, the Light could claim you for good. Although it's probably only a matter of time before you succumb to the change in any case.
Thanks for the reassurance?
What do you mean to do?
I mean, to have a few words with both Emmett and the Exarch.
I mean, I'm going for option 2.
Then we should be on our way. Dacian mentioned the Tempest, did he not? That's the stormy seas around Calusia to you. His lair must be down there
The
somewhere.
hunt down is probably most
Hidden
ring
beneath the
compatible.
waves.
He's a male Vieira. There's bloodlust in them.
A triumphant version of the theme. Cool.
There's stories for each expansion on the websites, and one of them gives a bit more information on that timeline that the Exarch is from. I could tell you a bit about it if you're interested.
Well, I am interested. I just don't know if we should wait until after I finish Shadowbringers.
Well,
might be better. Could just wait and have Lore read the story.
I mean, I've been mentioning the stories in the past.
It's still on the website.
Yet.
Okay, you both talked at once. One at a time?
I'm just saying, Lore could just we could just give Lore a link to the story and let him read it himself.
Yeah, I've mentioned the stories before because it's for the previous expansions as well, but we've not read any of them yet.
Yeah.
How long are the stories? Maybe have that be a thing on stream that I read?
Yeah, they're short stories, a few pages piece.
Okay. Did you find the answers you sought? If there is nothing more you need, I will go and lock the door. I have questions about the Tempest. The Tempest? That is the name given to the seas by which Calusia is bound. If you make a request to the Tamers, they will provide you with an Amaro to fly you over the waters, but... Do you mean to leave right this moment? Alone? No. I'm not sure that... Nay, I will not seek to stop you. Go with the blessings of the Shadow, and I shall await your safe return. No, well... The Scions might be a liability in that they might try to...
I mean, it's not like we're fighting primals. They're not going to get tempered.
Yeah.
That's the thing you're always complaining about. No, don't jump in. You'll get tempered by the primals. It's like, well, not an issue this time.
Not an issue this time.
They don't have that excuse anymore. Where are you going?
Why am I following Law?
That's on you.
So, a couple things about that last cutscene there worth talking about. One thing I forgot to say out loud is that Kryl and Graha are so close that Kryl regularly calls him Raha instead of Graha, which that's kind of a big deal. I mean, nobody in the Scions calls Y'shtola without the Y, so there's that.
Yeah,
Y'shtola just doesn't roll off the tongue like that.
Yeah,
Matoya says that though.
Yeah, Matoya is pretty much the only one who calls her by her no initial. That cutscene is pretty much the main reason why we're always so insistent on doing all of the raids and stuff at the time of the expansion, because imagine not doing Omega or Alexander and trying to make any sense of what we just learned. Because, that's a thing. That content is optional. It is entirely possible to reach this point of the game and having no idea that time travel or space travel are, features of this setting. So that's exciting. Another thing, not particularly in-game, that is still worth mentioning is that Graha is voiced by a guy named Jonathan Bailey, who is kind of having a career moment right now.
Yeah.
The TV show that he's originally famous for has won all sorts of Emmys recently. And then he's one of the main characters in Wicked and the upcoming Jurassic Park movie. So
there's another one coming out?
Of course.
Also,
we live in the world of franchises. Franchises never die. You should know this.
Yeah, fair enough.
Also, at one point, I believe he was one of the judges on RuPaul because he is gay.
Oh yeah,
cool.
It's like the Jurassic Park thing is the trailer for the Jurassic Park movie came out, like a month ago, and it's the only time I've ever heard Jonathan Bailey use an American accent, and it's so fucking weird. Anyway, back to the game.
You require an Amaro. Just a moment, and I shall saddle our swiftest beast to fly you to the island. The open water? The depths of the Tempest? Our Amaro can swim, yes, but to reach the ocean floor...
It's fine. All my other mounts have been able to breathe underwater.
Alright, maybe we need to bring Reen at least.
Ah, we have found thee.
Uh-oh, they caught me.
Word reached us of thy recovery, and thus did we gather with all haste.
All haste? I've been running around for like 2 hours.
Reen's hair colour is so out of place among this cast.
By thy looks, I gather thou hast gleaned that which I came to tell thee.
Oh, you were gonna fess up? That's not like you.
Urianger has shared everything with us. The Exarch's true identity and purpose.
Alright, how many of you are mad at him? Okay, no, I don't stand on that kind of ceremony, Urianger. Are you asking for a thwonking? What is this? I grab my frog, I reach out and I tap him on top of the head, and I'm like, yeah, stand up, man.
When I agreed to aid the Exarch with his plans, 'twas in full acceptance of the condemnation I would face when my duplicity was laid bare. Yet it is not rancor, but resolve that I sense in thee. Thou art fully intent upon walking thy path to its end, art thou not? If thou canst forgive my deception, or, failing that, set aside thy displeasure for a time, I do beg leave to follow thee. What strength and wisdom I possess are thine to command.
Alright, none of the rest of you kneel. Ooh, I forgive you, let's go, or no more lies? I'll say I forgive you, let's go.
I'm a danger to those around me.
I thank thee. Doubt not but that I will do all in my power to repay thy kindness and fulfill the Exarch's wishes.
I think that line was the most impatient the Warrior of Light has ever been.
Yeah, that first line, the line number 1 especially, feels very abrupt. It's just like, get up, we have shit to do.
Yeah.
I understand the precarious nature of thy condition. Nonetheless, it is my wish to remain at thy side for as long as I am able.
I'm sorry, but I don't think this is a good idea.
What other choice do we have, Reen? Also, maybe we want to take this conversation somewhere we're not being overheard by a couple of Amaro keeps?
Leaving the Crystarium, I mean, with or without Urianger. What I did for you won't last forever. There's no telling when the light will break free again.
Again, they can hear us.
Please, you must stay here. At least for a little while longer. We will find a way to cure this, I promise you.
How can you make promises? We don't even know where to start.
Alize, please. You know Reen was only trying to help.
Of course I know! I know only too well! But making promises you have no way of keeping is not a kindness. It's a lie. Plain and simple. We've all searched high and low for an answer, and every one of us came back empty-handed.
This is good voice acting from Alice.
I am not about to stand in her way now. Not after failing her in her hour of need. No, the least we can do is...
we will go with you as well. There is naught to be gained by standing still.
Indeed, we have exhausted every other avenue. Lead, and we shall follow. If there is any hope to be found, then we will surely find it at your side.
Are we all in agreement then?
Reed's like, you're asking me?
Is there aught we can do to help?
Though we may not know the whole story, we do know you're in for a fight.
Oh, Lena tattled on the Tempest trip, didn't she?
And while the Exarch's away, it falls to the rest of us to see the Warrior of Darkness is given a proper send-off.
You told them?
No! Well, not in so many words.
Aye, we didn't need it spelled out for us. When the night sky appeared over whichever place you went to, it was harder not to put two and two together.
Yeah, fair enough. They're not dumb.
Yep.
From the moment I heard that
Lovely
you
to
and
have an
the Exarch
intelligent
shared the
cast
homeland,
around us.
I had my suspicions. Long had he been waiting for a certain someone to arrive. And I knew at once that it must be you.
Exactly. When he went up to meet you, 'twas clear it was no ordinary visitor.
Hello, nameless Crystarium Gatekeep. How's it feel to have a voice actor?
That spring in his step spoke volumes. I could feel his excitement.
E2! That's right!
We do not fully understand where you or the Exarch hail from, or why you've all done so much to protect us. But we are deeply grateful nonetheless. So, if there is anything at all we might do to aid your journey, you need only name it. What would you have of us?
What could we even ask of them?
You might have invited them to join us, where they're not so many. But come, they are waiting. What is your will, O Warrior of Darkness?
You said that so sarcastically, Y'shtola.
Oh yeah, she was having a good time.
I mean, she is your Kissmissus. Would you expect anything less?
True. Option 1 or option 2? After Alice just dropped that line about promises we can't keep being nothing but a lie, I'm not sure I want to say number 2.
Oh come on! If anyone is going to say that and be completely convinced it's true, it is Loreweaver.
You know what? That's a fair point. Leave it to us. We'll see the Exarch home safe and sound.
Defend the Crystarium until we return.
I went with option 2 for the Catboy solidarity. Zay points out, of all the... It just hit Zay that of all the Scions, Alize is the one who spent a year around people with terminal Sin Eater transformations.
Yeah.
So she has spent like the last year of her life watching people go through exactly what we are going through now.
Yeah.
So no wonder this is hitting her especially hard.
Just so you know, I will not look kindly on any further attempts to leave us behind. We do this together. Hell yeah. I once said that I wanted to fight for Estinian, that I wanted to save him, not let him be sacrificed for a cause. And now I say the same to you. I appreciate that.
Little bro, little sis.
Gods know you've spent enough time charging into danger on our behalf. It's only fair that we return the favor. The volunteers who journeyed to Kalusia have all been safely returned to their homes. They've also assured us that they will do their best to hold the Eaters at bay in our absence. There's nothing I can do to cleanse you of the Light's corruption, but I'll do everything in my power to keep it in check. If the Warden's ether overwhelms you again, you will become a Sin Eater. So please, save your strength for when it really matters. Noted. Glad to have you guys on my side. Thou didst plan to commandeer an Amaro for thy journey to the open sea. I fear the following dive down onto Emmett Selk's underwater abode would drain even thy legendary stamina. Thus, during thy convalescence, we considered the most efficacious method for reaching the depths of the Tempest. And I believe we have arrived at an elegant solution. Yeah? What is it? Yet ere we discuss this step, God damn it, Urianger, I suggest thou dost conclude such pressing business as remains to thee in the Crystarium. Once the sea closeth above our heads, we are unlikely to surface again until our grand deed is done. You guys said we wouldn't be finishing this today.
Yes. We're not talking about. We're not going to go down to the Tempest, and then Selk is going to be waiting for us. Boss might go.
Yeah, true. The storm-tossed seas. Thine affairs are in order, then I shall unfold to thee my proposal. Our destination is the ocean floor, yet our goal is not simply to arrive there. Nay, we must needs have the means to breathe and fight freely. Thus would I petition the aid of one of the Fae, a being with whom I have yet to meet face to face. Oh god, are we talking to the evil frogs again? Rather than waste words on explanation, I bid thee... No, Urianger, this is your problem. Waste some words. Come on! I bid thee follow me unto the hamlet of Sullen, which lieth to the south and west. All will become abundantly clear, I promise thee.
He talks too much or not enough. There is no in-between.
To Lakeland. Oh, to an area that I straight up haven't been. In Lakeland.
Oh yeah, this plot point.
Yeah, I mentioned this is one of the reasons it could take a third stream to Yuminda.
Yeah.
Because there is this, like, this and the stuff beforehand. We have a surprising amount of actually getting there.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I mean, remember, we're still in level 79 quests, so, like, we still have, like, 10% of the game to go.
True.
Oh, I found a lookout point.
Ooh, where? Well, I guess I'll find out when I catch up.
Yep. Yeah, just come to me.
Weed. Alright, plug in my keyboard. Feast to record, Sullen. Weed, Brick, Knot, and Lap. The fishing village of Sullen sprawls across these 4 small islands, its bridges connecting each location to the next, and thence to the shore of the source itself. The settlement's name, it seems, was agreed upon as a self-deprecating nod to the oft-creased brows of its resident fishermen.
Okay, I swear, this guy is the youngest looking Rogadon I've ever seen, and his name is Dad. Dad Fort. So I suppose if Teddy decides to be your dad again, he could always be dad for.
There, to the west, canst thou discern the hump of an isle rising above the water? That foliage.
Oh yeah, remember like 20 streams ago when we were like standing on top of that tower in Lakeland, and you were like, "Huh, that's an interesting island," and I was like, "Yes, that is an interesting island."
Yeah.
That foliage-covered mass hideth the key to our safe descent. Swim close, and plunge thee beneath the surface. Thou shalt soon divine the reason for mine insistence. Though it much be to my shame, I can but flail and flounder where thou mayest glide as a fish. I shall board a boat to the island, and spare one and all the spectacle of mine inept strokes. Wait, why can't I go on the boat with you? I need you along with me, Urianger. Like, you're the one introducing me to these people. Wait, Urianger, can't I just get on the boat with you? Why are you sending me ahead? God damn it.
Judging from the down arrow on the waymarks, we have to actually go underwater.
It does say suspect rock formations beneath the water surface.
That's true.
Mm-hmm.
No, up above. Okay.
Once again, wishing that I could use rescue out of combat.
Yep. Just watching Lore outside of the fucking circle.
Two curved slabs of rock seem squeezed together here, giving the impression of giant stone islet. Ooh, interesting. I'm gonna back away and get a good look at this. It's Sin! Though it appears solid enough, the rock yields slightly under your touch. Was the surface gently shifting, or was it just your imagination? Are we going above water, or just on the other side? Yeah, above.
Above water. And now we can get a closer look at the island from above.
Oh, that's right.
Man, I should watch Avatar: The Last Airbender again.
I was gonna crack a joke about this being the lion turtle, but right, lion turtle.
Maybe.
That's the one that
Lion
learned
Turtle.
that spirit bending power from.
Yeah.
Yep, Lion Turtle.
Oh, did you hear we're getting a third Avatar series?
I did. Sounds interesting.
Post-apocalyptic.
Yeah.
Oh.
Interesting direction to go.
And I suppose it makes sense because, like, if you follow, like, the timeline, without, like, an apocalypse, the next Airbender, the next Avatar, I mean, would exist in more or less modern day, which would be interesting, but maybe a little too weird.
Probably, I wouldn't say quite modern day, more early 1900s, so...
Well,
like
I mean,
World War I era.
well, no, because like Korra's setting, like especially Republic City, is very 1920s New York. Like that's just straight up what Republic City is based on.
True.
And so,
I was thinking that they're also kind of in an industrial age that is mid to late 1800s. It's a bit of a mix between culture versus technology.
Well, no, that was Aang's time period. Aang's time period was like the mid 1800s. That's when that's when you start seeing like Industrial Revolution stuff, especially coming out of the Fire Kingdom. And then Republic City is just straight up the 1920s. And so, assuming Korra lives to a ripe old age, that puts you the next Avatar in modern times.
Well,
you know,
I don't think we can assume that Korra lived to a ripe old age.
Yeah, given what we've heard about the
premise,
the premise for the next series, possibly not, but we'll see.
Even seeing it up close, I'm still not sure what's so special about this island. Well, we're about to find out.
Oh, and we're probably not getting a direct blood descendant from Korra like we did Aang.
Yeah, well, I mean,
true.
Well, I mean, magic lesbian babies are still a thing.
This lake is enormous. Assuming my geography is correct, this would be the mirror of Silvertear back in the source, although the size hardly compares. Silvertear is where the Tonberry Castle is, right?
That's Mordona.
Yeah, so Silvertear is in Mordona. It's where
it's where
Midgard Solmir is, like,
yeah. And where all the ether burst out, crystallizing around the lake.
Where are the rest of them? Oh, there's Thancred. The locals call this the Isle of Ken, which I presume must refer to knowledge. Either that, or someone was being awfully zealous about marking his territory. Ha!
Right, Alpha knows down here. And Yashola too.
Ah, there we go.
In Abandoned 1.0 lore, they were going to have the god of the Ascians hidden underneath that lake.
Ah. Well, I'm glad they upped the scale a little.
Yeah.
Ah, there you are. Once you've completed your underwater investigations, the path here leads to the top of the island. Does it?
Yeah.
There's your shoulder.
Yeah, they need a way to get on here if you haven't unlocked flying.
Ah.
Because for some reason, some people just don't.
Yeah. Every once in a while, I end up in a treasure hunt group with those people, and I have to ferry them around in the fucking FF-15 vehicle. And it's like, what are you doing? What are you doing with yourself?
Like the expansion came out a year and a half ago, and I know you were playing on launch. What have you done?
If you've solved Urion J's little mystery, then you can find him further up the slope. Which was all rather obvious to my eyes, though I concede I have an unfair advantage. Ha! Alright, Urion J, as if I don't know what's going on, explain. Well, what hast thou discerned? It's just like the big one, yes. It reminds me of a certain primal.
How would we even know about the big one? We've not done those quests.
Most perceptive. According to the lore of the Pixies, we are, even now, perched upon the back of an ancient Fey entity. So how do we wake it up? Its name is... Uh-oh. Bismarck. Aye, the self-same title by which we know the great feathered whale revered by the Vanu Vanu of the Source. I would enlist its aid to bear us unto the deep, and thence banish the water with an airy sphere, alike in form to the domes which do shelter the hamlets neath the ruby sea. Suddenly, we were just talking about how I'm sick of you guys involving yourselves with primals, and now this? Within its compass we may move unencumbered, and defend ourselves when the hour of battle cometh, as it most surely shall. Now, I must needs ask for silence whilst I make my supplication.
This is not technically a primal, so it's fine.
Wir Sach, Bilan Bismail.
Oh, great and serene Bismarck. Long has it been since my name was called. Why do you wake me, little neighbor?
Fallen si Loreweaver.
To the bottom of the Western Sea we go. Pray, lend us your back and your breath. This world is in twilight. I wait for the sun to set. I wish only to sleep.
Oh dear. I don't need to speak Fey to know that didn't go well.
We need Feaul. Finally, I call for her help. Their help.
Oh, my snake yak! You've learned to call me at last! And where do you go? On a trip? A journey? I knew you wouldn't give up without a fight.
Aww. That's me.
Oh, my precious mortal, I shall help you in any way I can.
I love them.
The Final Fantasy theme is playing for this interaction.
Yeah.
Wow.
They are so happy.
Sleepy Bismarck, you old pixie. These are my precious, precious saplings. Let their wish be the king's command. What a rare thing to awaken to. My beautiful king, if it be thy wish, then so shall it be done. Pretty Fey king useful to have them on our side.
It's only got manners.
It will be done, Your Majesty. Our deepest thanks for your timely intervention.
An agreement is reached and your departure is at hand. You wingless ones best hold on tight.
How's he going to lend us his breath?
May the blessings of the Fae keep you safe in back.
To the Western Sea we go, wrapped in my breath. See you to your destination, little neighbors. This is kind of the getting the airship moment of Shadowbringers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Every good Final Fantasy needs one of those. And we've kind of been sorely lacking those throughout 14.
Yeah, it's just kind of hard to have that moment with this format.
Yeah.
I mean, we got that moment in A Realm Reborn when we recovered the Enterprise, and we had Alphinaud say, "Enterprise, engage!"
True.
What was you expecting? 100 years of honey and rainbows? Seeing them Yulmore types wake up and smell the ashes was miracle enough for me.
Man, you guys are real chill about all this.
The magic in the air when that ladder started moving. And when that great hulking Talos rose up. Gods. I could live 1,000 years and never behold anything so amazing. What the? Do you see that? What a monster! Where did it even come from?
Uh-oh!
It's not stopping. Run! Run!
Bismarck drowns the world in water. A different calamity happens on the source. I have fulfilled my duty. I return now to the lake. But how are we getting back? I have not flown in an age. It was pleasant. May your journey be a safe one, little neighbors. And you can't drown, just swim. Alphino and I are... Wait, is it Alphino or Alice who has that power? I think it's Alphino.
Alice.
Okay, it's Alice. Oh, Alice and I are the only ones who have that protection.
Yeah, the boy isn't very buoyant.
Ha.
Wow.
Zone 6.
The breath of Bismarck. See how it swells to form a dome beneath the waves?
Oh, this is Bismarck's doing. Okay. He just left an enchantment of air.
The waters recede. The Tempest's floor is laid bare. In defiance of the blinding sky, this place holds fast to its gloom.
Oh no, all the fish he just killed.
The last refuge of he who denies the light.
Well, then look, the fish are gone.
Every fiber of his being.
What?
With any luck, the fish are gone.
You stand at the precipice, hero. Journey unto the heart of darkness. Finish it.
That's the plan. Alright, the Tempest. Melina says, but that's okay, I got them all first. I dare say Urianger endured much playful attention from the Pixies to learn the lore of Bismarck. He is nothing if not a dedicated scholar. With all that water out of the way, we'll be able to venture quite some distance. Emmett Selk must be hiding around here somewhere. This is amazing! I can't even see the surface! Yeah, that's a little unnerving, Green. Thanks for calling attention to it.
Oh, has somebody got thalassophobia?
Yeah. I am afraid of deep water, yes. Bismarck must be powerful indeed to create a dome of this size. We can only pray to whichever gods are listening that it continues to hold.
So, we have a fear of heights and a fear of deep water. So we've got wind and water covered. What about the other elements?
Well, I am not good with enclosed caves underwater. Not underwater, underground.
Okay, there's the earth. How are you? But you like fire. Hmm.
Yeah.
Oh, just got 30 level ups.
Who did?
Ot, he just got 30 level ups.
Wow, from what?
So, the Cleanids here will attack the leech enemies and kill them. So Ot got aggro as a level 1 bloom mage, dragged it over to the Cleanid. The Cleanid killed it, and Ot got enough experience from that to get 30 levels.
Nice.
Yeah. Yeah, that's one of those blue mage tricks that people sometimes do to power level in this zone.
Oh, just 3. It was. I guess it was already had a few levels. It was 28 already.
Well, that's less funny.
But it is still pretty funny.
Still funny.
I remember being impressed by the domes of the Ruby Sea, but this makes them look like bubbles in a stream. you stole it? Yes, I did. Oh, full glad am I that Bismarck was true to his word. We have arrived in the Tempest, safe and dry. 'Tis here that we shall find the lair of Emet-Selch, and, I believe, the imprisoned Exarch as well. For an Ascian alone, it is of course a trifling matter to flee into the rift, yet I suspect such travel is nigh impossible with a mortal in one's custody. Nay, he would not soon risk his prize when the Exarch's very body serveth as the key to the Crystal Tower and its powers of temporal transportation. Thus am I all but certain that this underwater realm harboureth our friend and enemy both. We have but to find them. In the event that you leave the area, speak with Inuil at Venmont Yards in Kalusia to return to the Tempest. Fair enough.
Oh, the guy that we just saw running away from a tsunami.
I'm a little disappointed that there aren't, like, fish flopping around on the ground.
I guess Bismarck just humanely shoved them out of the way.
Well, we've already established the fish are gone.
Yeah.
Have we?
And
the trout population.
Do you remember the story I told you about Milena's reaction?
Oh,
to
yeah.
The
Now, as for where we should be looking, I rather doubt Emet-Selch will be sitting around out in the open. I propose we follow the slope down towards the deeper trenches and keep an eye out for rock formations large enough to house a stronghold. Let's be off then, but watch your footing. The ground is still wet and like to be slippery. He turns, takes 2 steps, and falls on his ass.
And it's a new zone, so we have new ether currents to find.
Hooray! Oh, this is a big-ass zone. Holy shit.
Yeah.
There's an aetherite down here?
I mean...
Well, there would have to be, but... How?
Also, the music here is beautiful. Like,
hey, an ether current.
Yeah.
In fact, this zone actually has one of my favorite leitmotifs in the entire game.
Also, by the way, we have finally reached the zone where we would have been able to earn the frog suit if we couldn't have done it in that Moogle event like a year and a half ago.
Yeah.
Nice.
Like it's the same deal as the frog mount, where there's like a certain fate that drops a currency, and you have to do the fate a couple of times to earn the body and headpiece.
And
it's a fate that only spawns once every couple of days, so it would take a while to get it.
Okay, I won't belabor the point. Just saying you might want to walk in a different direction.
Yeah, I know.
I think Thancred has the right idea, but I can't help wondering what Emet-Selch would be doing down here without the aid of gills and fins.
Oh, come on.
Speaking of friends, I have found some.
The ocean floor is a strange place to be, of course. This ether, 'tis like naught I've ever seen. His outcrop seemeth natural enough. Do you really think his hideout would be under this rock, Orion J? Where are Alphino, Reen, and Thancred? Not here. Okay.
Probably further along somewhere on the route between here and the quest objective.
Yeah, there's a...
Oh, yep, here they are.
Yep, I've been waiting next to them.
The gloom down here is so suffocating compared to that endless night sky we saw. But I suppose Emmett Selk had nowhere else to go. Not out of the ordinary here, as far as I can tell.
Alright, Kitty, I'll come get you. One second.
What about that large formation over there? Excuse me. Well, there's a lot of stuff down here that is not good for Dai. Let's hurry through this zone. Ondo Youth. Oh, right, the Sahagin. That's why there's an Aetheryte down here.
Yeah, the good news is they're only in the northeast section of the map, so once we get out of this section, we're fine.
Okay, we'll hurry through then. These are some unpronounceable last names. Oh, let's take a look at this Aetheryte. Oh, that's cool. Oh, that's cool. Oh, check that shit out.
Very Art Deco.
That's rad.
Or is it Art Nouveau? One second. Ah. Yeah, it's Art Deco. I tend to remember the difference because somebody once made a point that dwarves are Art Deco, elves are Art Nouveau.
Yeah, I've seen it.
You've seen what?
The meme I mentioned.
Oh, I thought he got cut off because of the way his voice sounded. Oh well.
Yeah.
The Finless ones. They followed me. Why have you come? Was it you who took away our water? No.
Yes.
Ah, so this is where the Ondo make their home. I had wondered. Pray forgive us any inconvenience we have caused. We were not aware your people lived here in the Tempest. We need this great dome of air that we might conduct a most urgent search, and thus beg you for your understanding. I don't think they're going to be very understanding, Alphino. Chieftain, what are we to do? I raise my eyebrow. Are you emissaries of the Ancient Ones? The mysteries have stirred. We have seen the illuminated land shining through the gloom of the abyss. If you are the emissaries, the chosen, I bid you welcome. If you are not, I bid you leave. I am not sure I understand. Would you be willing to elaborate? Alphino, if we have to ask, the answer is no. It would seem not. I suggest we withdraw for the moment. Okay, but I've already attuned to your Aetheryte, so you'll never be rid of me. So what's the plan? Given your condition, I'm reluctant to suggest lingering here. That said, our presently meandering search would proceed far more swiftly if we could call upon the Ondo's local knowledge. Yes, I'd like to know more about this illuminated land the chieftain spoke of. Could it be Emmett Selk's stronghold, do you suppose? Perhaps he lit the lanterns upon his return?
Minder's internet drops.
Ah, that's why he got cut off mid-word. We cannot dismiss the possibility, but if these Ondo refuse to speak with us... Lore, do you remember my first scheme for entering Yulmore? how I had planned to ingratiate myself by offering lucrative trading opportunities with the Ondo. The individual I dealt with was reticent in manner and curious in custom, but we were able to reach an agreement nonetheless. I believe that with the right approach, we can build a similar relationship here. Are you back?
Okay. Internet seems to be back. Okay.
Awesome. What kind of approach did you have in mind? That chieftain fellow didn't leave us many options. If we are to tread the swiftest course, then we must needs locate its beginning. This plain or all too dramatic arrival hath thrown this settlement into confusion. Were we to solve such problems as we have caused, and assure our hosts thereby that our purpose here is not inimical to them, they may yet prove amenable to reason. Ah, I smell chores. Oh God, I smell chores too. No wonder we're not finishing this today. But very well, if it can be done quickly. What do you think? I've nothing better to offer, but I do worry what will happen if the Ondo's tales end up leading us to a dead end. I cannot say for certain, but I sense this tribe has a deeper connection to the Ascians than first meets the eye. It warrants further investigation. Thus, I cast my vote in favor of aiding the settlement for the time being. Let's do what we do best.
I'll do what I can, I suppose.
It's what we do. Then it is settled. Y'shtola, pray proceed with your investigations. The rest of us will see about fostering some goodwill.
To be fair to this series of fetch quests, we did in fact, despite M itself being the villain here, we are in fact the ones who brought an ecological disaster with us to the bottom of the ocean.
Yeah. Lore, you won't believe who I've just bumped into. This is Pao Shuan, the very fellow I did business with prior to our ill-fated stay in Yulmore. I waited, and you did not come. Then the Mistle came, but his visits did not continue. I am truly sorry, Pao Shuan. Things did not proceed as planned. Is there aught we can do for you by way of an apology? Perhaps. Where the Dry return, a cavern to the north, is home to giant crabs. We do not fear the crab, for we are the swifter swimmers. But now there is no water. We run, and they scuttle close behind, snipping and snapping with their claws. There are too many of them. Too many. I believe we can be of assistance here. And what of you, Lore? If you've not found a task, you are most welcome to join me. Indeed, I should appreciate the company. Where the Dry return has a rather ominous ring to it. Yes, it is time for crab. Hey, you got Omega.
We only just ruined the ecology. How have they already figured out troubles like this?
Well, presumably it took us a while to get.
Yeah. Time and space are bendable when it comes to these sorts of things. Like, presumably in like a realistic situation would have taken us like a few hours of exploring the ocean depths before we reached this settlement, but in reality it just took like 30 seconds of walking.
You think the travel time was a day or two? How big a bubble do you think Bismarck put down here?
I mean, this is like a zone, like this, like every zone in this game represents, miles upon miles of territory, like...
Yeah, true.
Yeah, like there may only be one continent left, but this, Like each.
Hey, it's the little crab guys that you ride.
Yeah.
Each zone up top was a fifth of an entire continent.
Yeah.
To be fair, there it is implied that there is stuff between that we don't see that we travel through. But it's along those lines.
Like I've personally always imagined Norvrent and Eorzea being about the size of Great Britain.
Oh no, they're
way bigger than that.
Norvrent is parallel to Eorzea, and Eorzea represents Europe and North Africa.
Okay. So yeah, there you go.
Yeah, like they are full-size continents.
Mm-hmm.
Where the dry return. When the Ondo beheld the coral within this cavern, its crimson branches put them in mind of a land dweller's veins. Thus began the legend that it was a resting place for finless ones who had perished at sea. It was not until recently, however, that folk from the surface learned the reason behind the rather ominous-sounding name. I imagine we're the first ones.
Yeah. So yeah, the underwater bubble that we're currently standing in is about the size of Spain.
Well, that fucking sucks.
Africa.
You could crack their shells. You must be stronger than you look. Hey, I got this frog thwonkin stick. I can crack anything. I see you've reached your quota first again. I shall never be your equal in such tasks. Hey, it's what I do, buddy. Don't feel bad. Still, I would say we have reduced the local crab population to a far less threatening number.
This did affect the crab population.
My thanks to both of you. You must have a reward. Will you put in a good word for us? No, explain to us what the Chosen means. Nay, Pao Shuan. This was to be a part of my apology to you, remember? Besides which, the lack of water is our doing, from which we must also make amends. Might I convince you to tell us something about your village instead? I would very much like to learn more of you and your people. Very well. Before the flood came, it is said that our ancestral home was found in the seas to the south. It was utterly destroyed by the light. Only those who were out hunting survived. They swam, aimless and lost, until they spied buildings here on the ocean floor. Ancient ruins. Strange buildings they were, and long had they stood under the water. Yet somehow they had been spared the scars of time and current. These structures provided shelter for my people, protection from the Tempest's turbulent waters and the predators which hunted within them. Their very existence seemed a miracle. The first settlers pondered their good fortune. It was clear that the race who had built such wonders had guided their course, and from this did they discern the truth. That the ancients had chosen us to serve as caretakers of their eternal sanctuary until such time as they returned. Well, we've heard that song and dance before. Thus, if it is judged that your coming, and this great vanishing of water, was by the ancients' design, you will find warm welcome here. A truly astonishing history, yet I cannot help but wonder, how will the significance, or otherwise, of our arrival be decided? The ancients have blessed us with protection and prosperity. If your presence serves to bring us the same, there will be no doubt in the matter. I wouldn't call those giant enemy crabs. They're big, but giant enemy crabs are like that giant crab we fought at Costa del Sol.
Cancer.
Yeah.
But it's not lupus.
Then it would seem our earlier decision was the correct one. We thank you for the lesson, Pausch Owen, and we will continue to do all we can to assist your people. Should you desire our help with any other trouble, pray do not hesitate to ask. We should return to the task at hand. Only do try not to overexert yourself, my friend. The risk far outweighs the gain. Well, now I'm chomping at the bit to crack some crabs over the shell.
Chad just reminded me, like, one example I can think of a game that does do realistic scale is the second Elder Scrolls game, Daggerfall, where it literally takes, like, 3 to 4 hours of just walking to get from one town to the next.
Yeah, it's
like
it's
real
still
time.
It's real time.
It's still. I'm pretty sure it's still the world's largest map in the video game.
Yeah.
That's awful. Is there a lot of stuff on the way, or is it just big empty?
Just big empty.
Well, that's a game I'm never going to stream then.
No. It's like, yeah, like, it's like, okay, for today's stream, we are walking from the starting village to the next town over, and we made it. Good night, everybody.
How did a third game get made?
I mean, at the time, it was like, the idea, well, I mean, it was new and interesting. What can I say?
So, wait, there's not even, like, enemies and stuff to fight?
Well, there are enemies, but realistically distributed enemies. Like, you'll walk from one town to the next, and you might encounter a mountain lion. A mountain lion.
You can't be serious.
No, I mean, it's entirely serious.
I've found a depiction that they had to shrink the largest map that they had displayed in order to show the size in Daggerfall.
Hey.
An image in the co-op crew.
Yeah.
Yeah, like, I mean, people didn't know how to make open world games at first, and Daggerfall was one of the first. You know, that was made in what, like 2002?
1996.
Right?
Morrowind was
okay.
2002.
Yeah, okay. So yeah, like, people did not know how to make open world games until they learned, and so somebody was like, hey, an open world game is fun. Let's make a map the size of Europe.
Yeah.
And let people be able to explore it. And it's like, well, okay, but you know, and now we have fast travel systems for this sort of thing.
Yeah.
That's nuts.
Interestingly, the technically the first Elder Scrolls could be considered bigger just because it had an infinite procedurally generated map that you would just go forever.
Yeah.
I don't think that
It's
counts.
basically Minecraft. Yeah, that's Minecraft. That doesn't count.
Yeah. You actually could not walk from one town to another. You would just go infinitely. You actually had to fast travel from town to town.
Oh. Farlands or bust, am I right?
Yeah. Does that even count as a single continual map then, if you literally can't walk
I don't
from
think
one
it
place to
does,
the next?
No. The thing is, like there were landmarks on each map that you could visit. Like they'd always spawn in those places. Like, yeah, you could just walk forever.
Yeah, that sounds more like each town is just like in its own instanced area.
That's nuts.
Anyway.
Ah, Lore, have you learned aught of note? Fascinating. Precisely the sort of information I was hoping to hear. Did you not hear it yourself? What have you been doing for the last 10 minutes? In fact, if you have a moment, I'd like to borrow your eyes to confirm a theory I've been working on. Come.
We can grab an Ether request on the way.
Narosh Cole.
How Cole from MG is doing?
Narosh Cole is eyeing you with naked interest. Hail, Finless One, and welcome to the Cups. Long have I wanted to converse with one of your kind. I am called Narosh Cole. How may I address you? Loreweaver. Curious. Before we speak at length, there is something I would show to you. Let us leave behind the Cups and head due west. Come.
West first, I suppose?
Daggerfall is on Steam, right? I think it is.
Maybe. It actually might be available just free from like I believe it's on I believe Bethesda released ones baked into DOSBox that you can launch. I think they're on the wiki. Link that one.
Fair enough. These are relics of your kind, yes? The leavings of a ship that sailed the seas above long, long ago. They lie as they fell, untouched by any Ondo, for most have little interest in the affairs of the Finless. I, however, do. Ever since I was saved by one of yours, after being washed ashore, weary and near death, such kindness is a rare and wonderful thing, and I would know more of the people who showed it to me. And so I ask you, Loreweaver, to teach me of your ways. These objects, for example, what purpose do they serve? How are they to be used? Is that booze? Oh no, am I about to get this fishman sloshed? Narosh Cole gestures to the nearby debris, entreating you to inspect them closely and offer up a detailed explanation. Daggerfall is free on Steam. Cool.
Apparently Arena is as well. Yep, there it is, Arena. Might as well add them to my library.
If you really want to play Daggerfall, look up Daggerfall Unity instead. What's that? Among the debris, you spy what appears to be a rotting ship's wheel. That was carved from the wood of one of your many trees, yes? What purpose does this peculiar contraption serve? I'm not going to lie to this guy. It's used to steer a ship at sea.
You wear it on your head. God.
The vessels your kind uses to traverse our waters. Then, without a wheel, it is at the mercy of the wind and the current? I see.
I was watching The Little Mermaid the other day, because why not? And we just have the opportunity to be a total scuttle about all this.
I want to be where the Sin Eaters are.
No, you don't.
Correct.
Among the debris, you spy what appear to be the remnants of several shattered bottles of wine. Such fragile containers they were. I suspect they once contained something of great value. What can you tell me of their purpose? Makeshift weapons, first to bludgeon, then to stab. That's funny. They were used to store intoxicating spirits. Fragrant liquids which cloud the mind. I have heard of these before. Do Finless ones so delight in dulling their wits? Hey, listen, man, I don't get it either. Complete remake of the game in Unity with numerous quality of life improvements and modability. Interesting. Thank you, Loreweaver. In our short time together, you have already taught me so much. I taught you 2 things. A pity that none of these pearls of wisdom will serve my needs. What needs? Narosh, what are you thinking, wandering off on your own with this Finless one? This is no time for you to fiddle with their leavings. The Clutch Mother is in terrible distress. No, you do not understand. I brought her here to... Pray forgive this child his impudence. I am Zerosh Uin, and on behalf of the Clutch Mother, I come to entreat your assistance. Okay. It seems you do not realize that in driving back the waters of the Tempest, you have placed our beloved Clutch Mother, leader of the Ondo, in mortal peril. She is pregnant. Here in the depths she will give birth to many, many eggs. We male Ondo will then take them into our care and raise them as our own. But absent the flowing waters, we know not if she will be able to deliver them safely. Uh-oh! If not, the future of our people will be in jeopardy. The flood of light claimed many Ondo lives. Though we have rebuilt our numbers somewhat in the decades since, it would be devastating to lose an entire generation. Or worse, the Clutch Mother herself. She wishes to speak with you directly, that we might together find a solution to this dilemma. Will you return with me to the cups? Wait, hang on. Hang on. Unless this zone goes away after completing the story, we're just going to leave these guys high and dry forever.
Yep, that's how zones work.
Actually, it's pretty low and dry.
Oh, shut up.
No.
Narosh, come. I will not let you trouble our guest or the Clutch Mother further. Everything I have done for her. Now, there are 2 tasks I would have you perform. The first requires you to inspect the buildings which surround the Ondo settlement and note their most distinctive characteristics. For the second, I wish you to use this knife to take scrapings from one of the remnant walls. Pray be as thorough as you can. I shall be waiting here for the results of your investigations.
Okay, let's see what I can find in this one.
Inspect the structures of the Ondo cups for distinctive features. All right, where's the bird? Oh, I think I see it. No, I don't. Oh, there it is. What are you doing down here, buddy? There's a shoe bill here, at the bottom of the ocean, for some reason. Distinctive window. The tall, slender towers feature many elaborate windows, the likes of which you have seen nowhere else. The bird is a figment of my imagination, like Frey.
It's a popular theory, it's how it's watching us. Like, that would explain why he keeps showing up everywhere, and how it got here.
You set the point of the knife against the wall, but even after applying considerable pressure, you cannot remove so much as a flake of stone.
What is this?
It's a fake chain. It's the one that leads up to the big one.
Well, never mind then. We literally can't complete the chain without unlocking more of the zone.
Yep. And the final fate you need to fly for anyway.
Yeah.
And
we don't need to do the fate, and we already got the costume from the fate, so we don't need to do it in the first place. So whatever.
Well, we'll do it eventually once I'm going through the game and caught up and doing content.
And there's a minion.
Oh, there's a minion. Okay.
Is it a frog?
Nope. It is a little angel doll.
Oh, fun. And what have you discovered? Yes, I would agree that the windows are most distinctive. It would seem the structures appear the same to both your sight and mine. And you say you could not so much as scratch the wall, even with all your might behind the blade? Well, Listen, Y'shtola, I've got these Black Mage noodle arms. Come on.
Didn't work for me either.
Lore, everywhere I turn in this place, my gaze is drawn by peculiar materials for which I do not have a name. The buildings I had you investigate are prime examples. They may appear to be constructed of ordinary stone, but I assure you it is nothing of the sort. If pressed, I would describe the substance as a composite of several mineral properties, blended to create a material of unparalleled durability. Even the Ronkin Empire, once the greatest power in Norvrant, produced nothing which compares to this level of perfection. But if not the Ronkins, then who? Who were these ancients the Ondo claim as the architects of their sanctuary? I suspect our answer lies with the reason Emet-Selch withdrew here to the Tempest. He may simply have wished to retreat somewhere mere mortals would struggle to reach, but there are many such remote locations. Why here specifically? Emet-Selch is devoted to his role, and thus we might assume his choice of stronghold somehow serves the Ascian agenda. Or mayhap 'tis a place more dear to him than any other. Are you saying this was built by ancient Ascians? As if I didn't guess that 10 minutes ago. That is my theory, that these structures are remnants of a time before history, of a star that was yet whole and unbroken. Such traces in the source would have been obliterated by the succession of umbral calamities, but here in the first, they might have remained untouched for millennia.
I chose the other option just to see what you would say about, could this place empower Emet-Selch? And Y'shtola says, that was my first thought as well, yet no matter how superior the materials, a ruin is just a ruin. 'Tis not that would decide a battle's outcome. Which brings me to my second theory, and she just repeats what you just said.
A copy of the mural in the Kitana Ravel. Almet presented it to me during my visit to Fano after our victory in Colusia. Here, in the first scene, by Emet-Selch's own words, it depicts a city of eons past and the disaster which befell it. The design is much simplified, of course, but do you see the similarities between its towers and those you have just inspected? Wait, Y'shtola, do different colored paints have different ether? How are you able to see this?
I mean, yeah, they do.
Yeah.
Huh. Like different, like ink. Ink is often made out of blood in this world. So, like, they're going to have the etheric properties of different types of blood.
Yeah, fair enough.
Plus, like, everything is made of ether, so if there's, like, any kind of minute difference in the chemical composition of different colored inks, like, that's something that would be reflected in the ether, and something Y'shtola would be able to pick up on.
Fair enough. The design is much simplified, of course, but do you see the similarities between its towers and those you have just inspected? We are close to the truth, I feel. Let us search the surrounds for another tower, one which matches the picture near enough to remove all doubt. From what I have seen, not more than sand and more sand lies to the east, and the south held no such structures. I suggest we try our luck further to the northwest. View the Kitana Ravel mural at any time during this quest by using the relevant item in the Key Items menu. Quest destination will not be displayed on the map. You must search for a structure which resembles the buildings in the mural, then inspect it from the survey point. The survey point will be found nearby in a location which allows a full view of the structure. Okay. Time to go hunting.
Minda, we should follow law. Just don't give him any hints.
She said the west, right?
The west was a word that was in there. You can look back through the dialogue to see what she said about the west.
Just to double check.
Event
northwest.
In the
Okay.
Cool. You got it.
I'm gonna get on a different mount. I'm gonna get on a different mount.
You should have gone onto the crab mount specifically for the situation.
I am not going to look north.
Yeah, sorry for leading you straight through bad places. Oh my god, there's so much bad.
I found it already, and then I ran away. So now you can look for me, but it won't help you.
I have never noticed this stuff here.
Oh, I'm gonna go over by Bryn and see what he's looking at.
Oh-ho! I believe I have found what we're looking for. And I found a lookout point.
Oh, yeah.
And an ether current.
Indeed. As per usual, I complain about it every time, but all of the ether currents that are left are the ones that are like right near quest points, so you barely have to explore the zone for them anymore. At least until we get to current expansion, which may or may not be Dawn Trail by the time we get there.
They were already just already just off the path anywhere.
Yeah, you still do have to like go a little out of the way for some of them. When there are 10 of them in the zone instead of 4.
Aye, this is the mural writ large. Though I cannot guess at its purpose, it must have been an imposing sight. How much of the tower's height lies hidden beneath the ground, I wonder? Centuries of our history have settled upon such ruins, countless layers of dust and sediment. An entire civilization, its existence forgotten by all except a handful of Asians. And yet it did exist. They lived here, in this city. But let us focus on what we've learned thus far. The Ondo chieftain spoke of mysteries stirring, of a land illuminated. Judging by his words, he believes this phenomenon related to the ancients' return. Thus can we surmise that what the Ondo saw shining in the abyss was, in all likelihood, yet another remnant of this age-old civilization. And who else would light the lanterns, as Reen put it, than Emmett Selk himself? 'Tis almost certain he is there.
This specific ruin gives me the vibe of a video game that 6 people besides me have ever played, called 1998's Battlezone, named after the much more famous arcade game, where like many a sci-fi fantasy game, there is an ancient race that you end up uncovering the secrets of, and has the same sort of. There are a lot of places with this same sort of vibe. And it's also a freeware game, if you wanted to pick it up.
I think I've heard you mention it before.
Yeah, I think I have mentioned it before. It was like one of my favorite games growing up, one of my first PC games. And it is also free on Steam.
Cool.
Actually, no, I think there's a... they made like a remastered version and put that on Steam, so that costs money, but it is there. And you can do things in less than 4 hours in that game.
But if we are to find this stronghold in a timely manner, it seems gaining the Ondo's trust remains our swiftest path forward. I only hope our deeds are enough to win them over. Well, hopefully the others have been busy while we've been away. Thank you for assisting me with my investigations. I shall seek out our companions and share what we have learned. Much as I would like to tell you to sit down and leave the rest to us, your condition demands that we make all reasonable haste. If you are not too weary, it may be useful to speak with Pao Shu'un again, and ask if there is aught else he is willing to divulge. Why am I getting on my mount? I can just teleport back. Oh, your chat
says they have never heard of it, which does not surprise me. It's a very weird little game. It is a hybrid first-person shooter / real-time strategy game. It is the closest game I can think of in that genre is probably Brutal Legend, the Jack Black heavy metal game, which is also kind of a cult classic that very few people actually play, but that game has a very different vibe.
This actually reminds me of the first game I ever played with Max, who Laura will remember the name of. It was kind of had like humans versus fairies, and it was like the humans had guns and technology, whereas the fairies had like their animal abilities and
magic,
But like one player on each side was made the commander, and they had they basically played this first-person shooter like it was an RTS game, where they would they would give commands. They'd have a bird's eye view like an RTS game. They'd give commands to direct the players that were in it, and I just asked Max. Apparently, it was called Savage.
Cool.
And,
by the way, I love that we've still got the Garnet and Zidane minions with us, so that every once in a while they interact with each other.
I'm surprised you don't have Vivi out. Then I could have Garnet out.
Oh, do you not have Vivi?
I mean, I do, but you're the one who's got Gigi's best friend as your title.
Yeah, fair enough. Well, I had Vivi for a while. And the Garnet was a special thing from pre-ordering.
Yep.
Beyond this gate resides the Clutch Mother. Approach and hearken to her words.
Translation, we did not want to bother making a character model for this.
Honored guest, I, Clutch Mother of the Ondo, do bid you welcome to our realm. You will forgive me for receiving you in this fashion. For the safety and well-being of my children unborn, I must remain within, away from the dangers without. As you know, under normal circumstances, this place would be filled with blessed water, from which I would draw strength and support to bring these eggs into this world. Alas, I am but half submerged now, and I fear for my ability to fulfill my sacred duty. I am given to understand you and yours are the ones responsible for drawing back the waters of our realm. With good reason, I am sure. Why are you sure? However, it is my sincere hope that you will agree to aid us, given that you are responsible for this state of affairs. Fear not, I desire no direct assistance. Rather, I would beg a boon of your people's knowledge, of childbirth, and how the finless ones ease the burdens of their struggling mothers. Zerosh Uin will be my agent in this matter. Heed his words and answer his questions. This is all that I ask. Do you consent? I am not really in the business of bringing people into the world. I'm kind of in the business of taking them out of it. I thank you, honored guest. Go well. Then it is agreed. However, I must consult with her attendants before we speak further. For now, I bid you and Narosh Cole go about your business, but be ready if called upon. Wait, Loreweaver! Have you a moment to converse in private? Outside the cups, please. I guess we'll do the quest in here first. Ah, Alphino's friend. You and your companions have done much to repair the damage caused when the waters parted. Have we? I guess the others have been busy. Anything else you can do? Have you been to the Walls of the Forgotten? Are they the ruins to the northwest? They didn't look much like walls. Yes, that is the sacred site of which I speak. Could it be that your footsteps were guided there by the ancients? I believe it may be so. Listen, then, and I will tell you of our plans to bring light to the walls, that we might answer the shining call of the illuminated land. We have requested a finless craftsman to shape for us a sacred lamp. He is odd for a land dweller, choosing as he does to live in the ocean, but his skill is beyond question. Gee, I wonder who that is. It is concerning, however, that we have heard nothing of his progress. If you were to visit this artisan and return with our long-awaited light, then any doubt as to your purpose would be laid to rest. His name is Grenold. You will find his workshop in a metal structure to the south.
Does that sound like it was the name you were thinking it was?
Who are you thinking of?
I thought Emmett Selk was fucking with these guys.
Oh.
What? Okay. That would be kind of a weird...
What the fuck is going on over here?
Well, yeah, that's been happening this entire time. Yeah, they've been doing this since we first arrived here, and I just sort of let it go because I was falling behind. I was falling behind anyway when my internet hiccuped. We should take a break because we've been going for 3 hours, and I need to...
Milena is a fish that's been dried out and I'm trying to keep her alive.
Yeah.
All right,
take a break because we've been going for almost 3 hours.
Yeah, let's take a break. All right, we'll be back in a minute, guys.
I linked in chat a video from Just Strife about the size of Daggerfall, if you want more info on that. All right, bye-bye.
Okay,
all right, see you in a minute.
Go back myself.
Hello, chat. I am here. I don't think anyone else is, though.
Hello.
Hello.
I have returned.
Mm-hmm.
Chat's excited.
Mm-hmm.
So, what have you been doing in game lately?
Well, building that relic weapon, like I talked about at the start of the stream. We just got my half static. Just got to the third raid boss, which has been neat. Interesting mechanics, even if it has the most forgettable music of this current raid tier.
Which fight did you say that was? Oh, the Savage.
Yeah, the Savage.
Yeah, like that. All the other three tracks are amazing. That one just feels like generic Volcano level. Like,
yeah.
It's good and it works, but it's not something you'd listen to outside of the game.
Yeah, exactly.
As for me, me and Ott have been progging through. We're we're partway through the second phase right now.
Oh, nice.
We have to do we're at the furthest we're at is Mirror. So once we've learned, we've been getting more consistent at the previous attacks. Fortunately, we've still got work to do on getting fully consistent, but yeah, once we've got Mirror, it's like rampant in the intermission, and hopefully we'll be making it to phase 3 soon. I want that new sword. Oh, also, often I have been doing the third variant, the third Criterion dungeon. We've been working on it. We're planning on clearing the Savage version too, because I want that shield.
Oh yeah, that's a cool shield. Hi, Lore.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello. All right, let's go turn in the Ether Current quest.
Yeah. And there's also an Ether Current somewhere nearby there. I was just looking at my compass.
Hey, this is the 25 million gil mount, right?
Yes.
Yep. Cool.
It's got an action.
It's got... Huh. Is that a Tsuchi... Oh, it is a Tsuchinoko.
Yep.
Huh. Well, that's fun.
Yeah, there is, of course, a non-gold version available for that somewhere in the game.
Yeah. Also, turn the music on for just a moment to see how intense it is.
Okay. Custom config. Yeah. Play music when mounted. Oh, it's this track.
Torn from the heavens.
Cool that we get that as a mount track.
And I'm going to go back to muting the stream because, oh my god, how does anyone put up with my voice?
Oh, I feel the same way when I listen to myself talk. It's the worst. "'Tis a rare thing indeed to be granted an audience with the Clutch Mother. I hope this serves to help you understand how important these eggs are to us. Before you came to the cups, I had been searching for a means to assist her in giving birth. That is why I have been studying the relics of your people. Unfortunately, I found nothing that seemed suitable for this purpose. I cannot stress to you enough how important she is to us. She is mother to all Ondo, her every egg brother and sister. We would do anything and everything to welcome them into this world and see them grow into healthy, happy Ondo. You aren't hissing any of your S's. There must be some way in which you can help us to achieve this end." Alright, well, we'll come back to that in 2 years.
Yeah. We head west for a minute.
Another ether current?
Yeah. Kind of feels weird to like leave this as a side quest because this literally is like an existential threat to these guys. Like,
yeah, you would have thought that this would be the way we got their favor.
Yeah.
There we go.
Does it lead into their social quests or whatever?
No, it does not. If it did, it would be a blue quest.
Huh.
And
what the hell is this thing? Oh, it must be. Oh, it's way down there. We're not going to get to go to it.
Yeah, you'll go trying to get to it way early.
Ah.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, it said it was only like a couple hundred meters away, so I was like, "Oh, that's just right over there. Let's go." And no,
yeah, I think
it's behind an impassable wall. I hate situations like that with these zones.
But yeah, they don't double up like the society quests. We've already got Sahag and society quests from A Realm Reborn. We don't need Ondo ones.
Gotcha. Hey, we've got another person doing this quest.
Yeah.
Hey, a bunny sister. Did I come back in here for no reason?
It's well, I mean, there's a south exit.
If you can find it.
It looks like a wall at first, which is why I didn't look up.
Yeah, I went through there because that was the quickest way from point A to point B.
Yeah.
Bring just went all the way around the town, which arguably works, but
I got here at the same time as you did.
Yeah.
Don't look at my screen die, because I don't know if this will bother you, but that's a really cool monster design.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm okay with that.
Okay. That's a really kick-ass octopus manta ray thing.
Yeah.
Not so fun when it does a knockback that gives a bleed. I has not been happy about that. Yeah, speaking of gamers not looking up, I've really been enjoying Johnny.
Oh yeah, I have not. I did not have a lot of time to play Rivals yesterday, but I did play some. Oh look, a lookout point.
Lookout point. Ah. Look out. The workbench. This facility was built by a Crystarium native, a genius artisan seeking to escape from the distractions of the outside world, under the sea somehow. Although he simply calls the place his workbench, the mundane naming is at odds with the fantastical concept of a forge constructed malms beneath the ocean. How the hell did he get down here, and how the hell did he breathe down here?
I mean, we can breathe underwater.
Yeah, but these guys...
I mean...
there's no, Kojin here to give him the blessing.
I mean, we've been making underwater tunnels and underwater buildings for centuries in real life.
Yeah.
This is one guy.
Yeah. He's just that good.
Go outside and look up. Oh, is this a tube to the surface?
Yep.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, this place is bigger than I remember it being. I've just spoken to him.
It's different.
Oh, that's just great, that is. Your mind's playing tricks on me now. Look, Grenoble, someone's come to visit you at the bottom of the bleeding ocean. Or might be
looks familiar.
Might be as you're a ghost, eh? Go on, foul shade, feast yourself on me rotten soul. I recognize this guy. I've got no use for it. A craftsman what can't craft is more pointless than a thing with a dome and hammer. And that's an insult to them. Renault appears to be suffering from a crushing bout of self-doubt. Maybe you can help psych him up. First, we're gonna...
I love how he's literally just Geralt with hair.
Yup.
Yeah.
Flash psych. Huh? You wouldn't be trying to raise me spirits now, would you, spirit? Not what you'd expect from a servant of the netherworld.
Yeah, that's just my night job.
Harold.
And right now, there is no night.
Has it really come to this?
Have we met before?
What's that supposed to mean? Not impressed with what you see, lass? Aye, well, I may have let myself go a bit. Really? You're muscular as shit, dude. This was meant to be me underwater sanctuary. A place where I could concentrate on my work, far from the distractions of the outside world.
Might be as we cross paths back in the Crystarium, but I don't reckon we've been formally introduced. My name's Grenol, and this is meant to be me underwater sanctuary.
And yet, here you stand. And what's so damned important that you dive all the way down to the bottom of the bleeding Tempest to bother me? Ah, the Ondo's lamp. God's curse me, empty head. I've not so much as made a start. God damn it. I'm worth less than that. Nay, that left by that. Me delivery date's long past, me workbench is untouched, and I call myself a bleeding artisan. You've heard their beliefs, have you? Bringing light to them ruins will be an act of deep religious and cultural significance. and it was my privilege as a craftsman to be tasked with providing a ritual instrument worthy of the occasion. But I just can't bloody well... me mind's a bleeding blank. It's like I've pissed away me last drop of inspiration. The Honeybee Inn members card. Tell me you've got something to show me. Something that'll give me muse a right good kick up the arse. The Ondo want to honor the coming of these ancients, so their answering lights got to blaze with the right kind of brightness. Like the spark of life caught in a crystal. But just being sparkly's not enough. It's got to dance with joy and sorrow and a sense of hardship endured. You know what I mean? Your thoughts turn to Nielbert and the crystal you discovered at the end of his journey. Oh, this is why you have to do one of those.
Yes.
Maybe Grinault could find inspiration in that. Huh. Well, glad we did that then. I've let the Ondo down, aye. But more than that, I've let myself down. Might as well go back to mending kettles.
Yeah, if we had not completed the a role quest already, the text box there would be like, "Hey, wink, wink, nudge, nudge, do some role quests."
Yeah. What's that you've got there? Such striking beauty. It shines with heartache and laughter and the transience of life, like the turmoil of history made manifest. Aye, I can see the brilliance of the crystal's legacy. You'd never capture such a gleam, not if you labored 100 years. But bugger me if I don't mean to try. Where are me tools, gods damn you? I must set to work before the feeling fades. Imagine what kind of craftsman the original soul Geralt and Grinault's souls are derived from must have been before being split 14-wise. Yeah. This is why I said doing the role quests when they force you to makes you take a detour that doesn't fit with the urgent storyline. Yeah. Yeah, that would have been weird. He'll give us materia.
It's worthless.
I can feel it. A vision forming in me mind. Step aside, lass, and let me itching hands get to work. And done. I've taken the wonders that crystal showed me and channeled them into a new shape, what befits the Ondo's spiritual character. How are you gonna get that out of the room? That's bigger than the doors. Not a bad job, if I do say so myself. And to think, I was this close to hanging up me hammer after studying the craft of them ancients. I've been across the length and breadth of Norvrand, and gobbled up every scrap of craft and wisdom what I could find. But no matter which technique I tried, me work was just no comparison. I couldn't even figure out how they put them damn buildings together. A mystery for the ages. That's what drew me here in the first place. I built me workshop, got the forges burning, and lost me bleeding will to craft. Thank the gods for that crystal of yours, or I might never have gotten it back. I won't pry into your business, but I reckon your little miracle there has been through the kind of journey they sing songs about. The echoes of the memory it holds just speak directly to your heart. Aye, I can still feel them coursing through me. The inspiration's not fading away. It's welling up stronger and stronger. Give me the chance, and I reckon I can weave the crystal saga into other things as well. Aha, so he is the relic NPC. But bugger me, I'd almost forgotten the Ondo's commission. If you could drag that... How? How? Look at me, Grinault.
I mean, we've literally carried dinosaurs around in our pocket. We've discussed this.
Shh, that's not canon. If you could drag
It
that
is
lamp
always the thing.
over to Tolsh off for me, I'll stay here and dream up new armaments for you to try. Now have access to Grenald's Forge. Equipment rewards will become available for collection based on the role quest you have completed. Ooh.
So, because we have completed the caster role quest, we now have access to all of the level 80 job gear for casters.
Cool.
Which is useful for you and kind of useless for Di and I, but we'll be fine.
There is nothing to display. The only caster I've got is Pictomancer.
Wait, this is only Black Mage gear? Or is it only showing me Black Mage gear?
It's only showing you Black Mage gear because it's your only level 80 caster.
Ah, gotcha. Okay.
If you level up the other ones...
Yeah.
Yeah, this is all good for you. You pick those up right now.
Sweet.
You can also pick it up infinitely. Like, if you get rid of one of the pieces, you can just come back here and get it back.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And this is in fact a pretty big improvement for you, so you should grab it right now.
Yeah.
It is useless to me because I'm not going to be a summoner for this little bit.
Look at that staff. That's rad.
Oh yeah, that staff is rad. The rest of it is kind of so-so, I think.
Oh yeah, no, I hate
Maybe
the
hat
outfit.
brings it together. Maybe the hat brings it together. Let me put the hat on to see.
Oh yeah, Curly and Nightingale is at the same stage of the quest as us.
Here, this is what the hat looks like for your... For Laura's benefit, I am showing him the hat.
On screen or in chat?
In Discord.
Ah, that's a heck of a hat. Can you turn it like 90 degrees so I can see it from a side view?
Sure. Yeah, there we go. I cannot change the up or down angle. It is because of the limits of the fitting room, but there you go.
That's fun.
Yeah. The hat does, in fact, bring the look together, I think, a little bit. Because otherwise, it almost looks like a scholar outfit. I think. With the way the shoulders are flared and all that.
Mm.
But yeah, this gear does not help Di or I, but we'll be fine. Also, sometime before Endwalker, we really do need to get you to do the Summoner and Scholar quest lines, because those are time sensitive because of plot reasons.
Okay.
It's one of those things where if you do them out of order, it's very noticeable.
Before Endwalker, then. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, when we get back to morning leveling.
Yeah.
Okay. Well. Let's head back so I can glam over this stupid outfit.
Yeah.
I look like I'm wearing a raincoat.
Yeah. Yeah, you do. And no pants, which is a choice.
Wait, why are we just teleporting?
I mean, it's like 10 feet. It's not that. Whatever.
Oh, I guess we are right on top of it.
Yeah. I should probably do more than just walk.
Yeah, like at this distance, like the loading screen would take almost as long as walking.
Speak for yourself. My loading screen is half a second.
Even for the big, strong PS5.
Oh my god, it's so nice in Rivals. My PS5 loads into character selection faster than anyone else. So I get to pick my character before anyone else gets a chance.
Yeah, I I went from always loading in the slowest to when I moved it from my HDD to my SSD, I was like, okay, now I'm the fastest. Haha.
Scholar and Summoner, Sanctferum, just because the two are connected.
What is it that you have there? An old lamp. It is the profusion of brightly glowing coral-like branches is most definitely not a kettle. The sacred lamp! Then the Finless One has kept his promise. My people
What do you have there? He says about the thing that big. What was it? Just sticking out of our pocket?
My people tell me of the many deeds you have performed in the name of aiding the cups. And now you come to me, bearing the light we had almost surrendered hope of ever seeing. We can doubt your purity no longer. Your arrival was the will of the ancients. Yes, the time for fear has passed. We shall take the lamp and unveil its austere illumination upon the walls of the Forgotten. Gather there with your companions, and we shall speak again once our prayers have been offered.
O stewards of the Ondo, we offer up our light in answer.
Oh.
Not the voice I was expecting from this guy.
Now I know why that stuff was set up. That we found in there.
Showed the artisan.
Oh, I should have glammed while I was in town. Whoops.
Was it? Did it belong to one of my friends?
Oh, yeah. Did I not tell you about my adventure with him? I thought you were always watching.
I missed that part, did you?
I tried to give you a measure of privacy. No one wants a spirit looking over their shoulder every moment of the day. So tell me, if you would, how did you come across that crystal? It was Nilebert's then.
Nilebert. That makes so much more sense as a pronunciation.
Strange that I should learn such things now, after they're long gone. They were fine friends, every one of them. I didn't expect death to teach me so much. About them, about Seto, about you, about the hope that hides at the heart of this world. I've never been one for idle chit-chat, but if by some miracle I could see them all again, I doubt I would ever stop talking. I'm grateful I got to bend your ear at least. And just for that, I reckon I'll stick with you. To the very end.
Wait, I thought you already said you were going to do that. Were you lying?
Yeah, big ears to bend.
Apologies, we were a little late to the gathering.
It seems we succeeded in gaining their trust.
That is a frozen character model.
The delay wasn't exactly welcome, but at least our many hands made light work. And they seemed especially impressed with your contribution. Our hero indeed.
Y'shtola was telling us those structures may date back to the age of the Ascians.
I don't think there's any May about it.
An Ascian homeland. Despite his many protestations, I never quite believed Emmett Selk was telling the truth.
Nor I. But there is no denying the evidence before our eyes. Clearly this was once a great city. A home they would see restored, no matter how many tens of thousands of years it takes.
It's a hollow dream when you think about it. Even if they manage to rejoin all the worlds, they'll never bring back the ones who were lost. But would I have done any different?
How are you feeling?
So-so. Oh no, I'm being race bent again.
Why am I white?
You have completed your devotions?
Yes. To the honored ancients have we offered up our prayers and our gratitude. You too have our thanks.
Might we trouble thee then to tell us more of the illuminated land of which thou didst lately speak?
To the west of here lies a great trench. Some days ago, a light appeared in that endless darkness. Curious, we ventured closer and discovered in the depths an entire city. The buildings we spied were akin to our own everlasting abodes, impossibly so. We understood at once the ancients had risen. There could be no doubt.
You're closer than I'd like to admit.
Taken with terror, we retreated to the cups, and I decreed that none should enter the trench until such time as we received a sign.
Might it still be possible to reach this city of the ancients?
With no water to drown you, a finless one could now travel there. Yes. I am convinced you are the sign for which we have been waiting. My people will show you the way.
Shall we?
We shall.
Glamour.
Yeah, I was going to.
Just making sure. I don't necessarily trust you sometimes.
I feel like this is one that we could trust Lord to remember because he's literally staring at the backside of the raincoat.
He literally just went. He just literally went through the cutscene with it on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He'd already failed it once.
The chieftain has bid me guide your steps to the illuminated land. Come, the way lies downwards. Follow the path of coral and rock, and join your comrades below. Where's a good stopping point for the day?
We should keep going.
Okay.
We'll reach stuff soon.
Okay. Was Mosa just asking
Also,
in
like,
case...
we might want to go a little long because, like we are probably going to reach the end next week, but it will run long if we stop too early.
Okay. Was Molsa just wondering where we'd get a break in the story where there'd be a split, but if we want to go
we
long,
won't. The answer is we won't.
Gotcha.
We're just going to have to kind of pick a point and stop.
Gotcha. Emmet Selk hath made himself difficult to reach, yet every step we take bringeth us nearer to his stronghold. Let us not linger, lest the Exarch suffer for our late arrival. We're already pretty late.
My friend's just like, I wonder which character Loz just picked, and then ahead, ha. Okay.
Meeting the Ondo was fascinating. They live just like us in some ways, but act completely different in others. The way they think, the way they play. I'd love to come back here and learn more about their culture. Will the dome last that long, I wonder? During the time I've spent... What?
Sorry, I just saw what Ott suggested. I know what he's thinking.
During the time I've spent helping the Ondo, I've been introduced to quite a few of the local varieties of sea life. Although sea monsters is mayhap the more apt term. Probably best to avoid them if we can. We're on our way at last. It seems far darker down here, but I'll not start at a few shadows. We are moving as a group, yes? Yeah, it's okay, Alphano. If Emmett Selk is in that trench, then we'll have to assume he's not swimming in salt water. I wouldn't want to suddenly find ourselves at the edge of Bismarck's bubble with no air to breathe.
Welcome Elena and I just saying on our motorcycles.
You have everything you need. If that artisan fellow is as skilled as they say, then you may wish to avail yourself of his services here we press on. Nudge, nudge, wink, wink. Level 80 gear.
Ow.
All are gathered, yes? Then I shall describe the path you must take. Enter the cavern beyond, and follow the wall down, down, down. Once at the bottom, find a passage to the northwest, then continue west, and west, and west. The way is not simple. Keep your friends within shouting distance, and do not stray into the deep. Just before the journey's end, you will find the Caliban Gap and the barrier we placed at its mouth. This obstacle will fade should you raise a hand towards it. We have made it so. A most succinct explanation. We thank you for your guidance. Right, deeper into the depths we go.
And there's that ether current I was trying to see earlier.
Have you ever seen that video of a tin can being placed on the seafloor?
Oh, yeah.
I might have. I don't remember it clearly. I assume it just scrunches up. The rocks and coral bunch up by the cavern wall like a staircase of sorts, but be careful. You wouldn't want to slip from up here.
There's nothing stopping us from just jumping down, but there are NPCs along the road to talk to. At least I think there are. I don't see anyone right now.
There are, I'm pretty sure. I did jump though. Because it was funnier.
I didn't see any NPCs on that climb down.
Oh well.
I mean, Thancred's here.
Well, yeah, but he wasn't on the climb. I'd wager these bursts of water could carry you clear to the top again. Not that I'm eager to try it. There are? You must have passed them?
Yeah,
right.
I see Reen right away.
Yeah, I talked to Reen.
Okay.
You guys seem to have been the only one. Yeah, I was assuming there were more. There don't seem to have been, though.
Oh well.
Okay.
Just her and Thancred.
Okay. I have made a terrible mistake.
Good job.
Elena beat me to the res.
I would have been fine if I hadn't had my stance on.
Our guide bade us travel to the cavern floor and thence to the west. Yet 'twould seem these twisting tunnels defy such simple instruction. Rather than rely on direction alone, I suggest we scout with care and relay the path ahead to those who come behind. Y'shtola hath forged ahead. Shall we continue our own advance? The rock drops off sharply here. I should think this coral is thick enough to serve as a bridge.
I just turned back and there's...
I keep getting Peach.
It's not Peach. That's just a normal Gubu.
Oh.
Yeah,
I keep getting the normal Gubu.
I just turned back and there's you in a tiny plane, Mindy on a bisexual Tyrannosaurus, Ott in a car, Milena inside of a TV, and Cynthia riding on a trading card.
Ooh, a shipwreck.
Oh, so there is. Cool.
You'll run right past Alphino.
I know.
Yeah, I know.
I was about to talk to Alphino when Minda distracted me.
Yeah, looking at the shipwreck.
Ah, Lore, you have a choice of 2 routes from here. You can either take the long way to the south along the rocks, or skip along this coral branch as Alice has done. I, for one, shall be following my sister's example. You don't have to, Alphino.
Don't look down.
Alphino, you okay, little buddy? Whew, not to it. Alice has already gone on ahead. We should catch up to her. There you are. Come on. I think I found the tunnel we were looking for.
God, do you remember that group that tried to insist that Aerith and Cloud were mistranslations and they were supposed to be Alice and Claude?
No, but I think you've told me about them.
I just ended up thinking about them for a moment and was like, oh my god, I bet they'd have insisted that they're supposed to be Alice and Alfred or something. So,
Alice and Claude, the 4 kids dub of Final Fantasy VII. Yeah, I'm taking credit. I beat you to that, Sanctferum. Here, this must be the barrier the Ondo spoke of. Well, that was rather more arduous than expected. I feel a sudden rush of gratitude for the smooth roads. Our ancestors cut through the wilderness. 'Twas a treacherous path indeed. Now, I believe one of us needs but raise a hand to banish this next obstacle. Lore, I elect you to do the honors. Really? Because I'm just as likely to make it stronger with the suffusion of light. Gone, just like that. I suppose we should head in.
I wonder why they cut away for that, because it's not like it can't possibly have been hard to, like, make an effect of just, like, having the force field fade away or something.
Yeah. Like as not, this tunnel will be just as perilous as the road we walked to get here. Let's all stay aware of our surroundings, shall we? In 4 Kids, One Piece, Luffy killed Nami's mom? What? Oh, this is cool. That is a very long drop. Ooh, yeah, it is. Please, no heroic jumps over the edge. I don't think my heart could take it.
As you're reading that, we see 3 people jump over this.
Yeah.
I think we walk down to talk to NPCs.
We can't jump anywhere. I just tried.
Fair enough. Not till we have flying, I assume?
Yeah.
Nay, I'd not want to chance that leap. Hugging the northern wall on the way down seems the wiser proposition.
Uh-oh.
Having fun there? Yep.
Where thy footfalls, my friend. Our road taketh us ever onwards, unto ever deeper darkness.
Darker yet darker.
In the original, her mom is shot in the head by the Ark villain in a flashback, but in the 4Kids dub, he just locks her up in his dungeon instead. Cut to 10 years later, and Luffy completely collapses his castle in the final battle, and the dungeon is presumably underneath. Wow!
Alphinaud over here.
Watch your footing here. I wouldn't envy the climb back up if you fell. Oh yeah, definitely not.
By the gods.
Show me. Yo!
I have a question for you, Lore. Is a man not entitled to the sweat of his brow?
This music, this music!
When the Ondo spoke of a city, I did not think they meant an actual city.
Then we are seeing the same view. The remnants in the Ondo settlement were solid material structures.
Oh, is this Xanarkand?
Everything here pulses with ether. 'Tis an enchantment on a monumental scale.
This track is why you started playing the game? Nice.
Music is beautiful.
Called Neath Darkened Waters, I believe.
Mm. One cannot blame the Ondo for fleeing the spectacle of these brooding edifices. We, however, have not the luxury of fear. Emmett Selk holds the Exarch captive somewhere within that vast city. Yet even if we must search every alleyway, we will find them.
Neath Dark Waters.
When the chieftain spoke of lights shining from the abyss, this is not at all what I imagined. Why would Emmett Selk do this? Why wouldn't he, if he had the power? Have you talked to the man? You'd think all those tall, dark buildings would be frightening, but for some reason they just make me feel sad. It's big, I'll grant you, but cluttered city streets are far more conducive to infiltration than wide open spaces. This will work to our advantage, trust me. Yeah, that's if Emmett Silk doesn't have, like, alarms set and the ability to see whatever comes into his city. That is a rad view, though.
Oh, yeah.
Welcome to Xanarkand, I guess.
Yeah.
It's such beautiful music, and I love it.
Lore, did you note the style of the architecture? 'Tis the same used for the remnants of the cups and the murals' painted towers. Look closely. Emmett Selk has not simply reclaimed these ruins. He has layered the semblance of an entire city upon them. Gods, the magnitude of his artifice is staggering. Though it pains me to admit, we did not fully understand the feats of which an old-world Ascian is capable.
And we have reached the level 80 quest.
Ha-ha! We have found our destination, but how to descend into the city itself? The end of a world.
Quick time to torment Law and call the stream here.
Well, there is an aetherite, like, just over yonder, which should at least go that far.
Oh, okay. I didn't realize there was a second aetherite in this zone.
Yes, it was hidden on the zone map for a while to
obfuscate this. Yeah. Good choice. It's intimidating, yes, but we have to start somewhere. Why don't we have a closer look at that tower to the southeast? We might be able to reach it from the edge of the trench.
Oh, yes. Chad also reminded me. This landscape, this view right here, is almost single-handedly responsible for the reason why we've been so cagey around the Magic the Gathering previews. Because, guess what the backdrop is to the Emmett Selk card? If somebody can beat me to the punch, go ahead, but I'm going to go look for the chat to try and pull that up.
I hope there aren't too many Endwalker and Dawntrail spoilers so I can see all the cards in the set and stop avoiding.
Yeah.
Like, I can't use the Magic TCG subreddit right now because I have to avoid spoilers.
Yeah, okay.
I agree, we probably should wait.
Yeah, we can continue on. But yeah, like...
Oh, Ether Current.
Yeah, Ether Current. The final one, in fact. But yeah, like, it was hilarious, too, because, like back in October, when they first announced it, it was like, hey, we're doing a collab with Final Fantasy. I'm like, oh, awesome. Talking about this with Lore will be really cool. And then literally, like, the second card that they showed, the second preview that they showed was the Emmett Selk card art, and it's like, oh, we're not going to get to show Lore this for a while.
Yeah.
Yeah. When we get to
we can't show you the card itself. We can show you the artwork, though. Chat is discussing what to show you.
Well, when we get to the credits, we'll share it. There's also something I want to say at that point as well.
Yeah.
Minda as well.
Mm-hmm.
This is a cool vista.
Yeah.
I am really sad. I know they've only spoiled a few of the Final Fantasy cards, but I'm really sad that the only Final Fantasy IX rep we've really had so far is Stiltskin.
Also, I have been using Mount Music the entire time, and I have turned it off for here.
Yeah, this is good music.
The ticking in the as the bass line is amazing. Tick tock, time. Lamp.
I like how you guys are also just standing here staring at the city.
It is
Oh, we're also staying like next to the next objective too.
Yeah,
I mean, it is still breathtaking.
Yeah.
There we go. I was having trouble hitting the doors. You guys were in the way.
Look at the size of those doors. Now I know how pixies must feel. Alphino, you already knew how pixies felt. Loreweaver recognized. Welcome to the city of Amarat. Will you be riding the lift? Interesting. Am I like a recognized hero's soul, or did Emmett Selk program this to welcome me specifically? Well, he did say, come seek me in the Tempest, so I guess he set it up to welcome me specifically. What? Did the building just welcome you? Mayhap it is not so passing strange. Did Emmett Selk not invite Lore to visit his abode? 'Tis plain thy coming was expected. And where will this lift be taking us? The lift services every level of Akora Heights, but it is presently configured to convey passengers directly to the ground floor. Well, there you have it. In the absence of some few hundred yalms of rope, we have little choice but to accept the offer. With emphasis on the we. I'm not about to let you walk into that place alone. I wish to ride the lift. As you wish. The lift will arrive shortly.
Also, it said ground floor, not first floor. Ha! British people win!
The ground floor is the first floor. We use them interchangeably here.
Oh, fuck you.
Next stop, ground floor. Facilities include the Bureau of the Administrator, the Bureau of the Architect, and the Capitol. Here in Maine, we have a really easy way of teaching children the difference between the capital with an O and capital with an A, which is that capital with an A is Augusta, the city, and capital with an O is the dome of the Capitol building. Man, that's rad.
Oh yeah, this was another funny thing in spoiler chat. When we first arrived at the Ordo town, and we were like, oh, this Aetheroid looks kind of Art Deco. I was like, that's not the only thing down here.
Hey, the U were in the words already. You guys got rid of it because you cheapskates who wouldn't pay for the ink.
I do wonder why that change happened.
Oh no, it was literally to save on ink for on the printing press.
All right.
Fair enough. I just can't believe how tall everything is. Seems peaceful enough, he said, tempting fate. Yeah, Reen, I know, right? Right? Like I'm a small town rural guy who the tallest building in my town is 3 stories. The tallest building in Bangor, the closest city to me, is like 6 or 7.
Oh god.
So when I go to New York City and I wander around the streets, it's all I can do not to crane my neck and look up at the tall buildings.
When I went to Miami,
that hometown used to only have buildings that were like 3-4 stories tall, and it was a big deal when they built a quote-unquote skyscraper that was a whole 10 floors tall.
Yeah, it was really surreal when I was in Miami, and there's skyscrapers everywhere, because we don't have that at all in my country except for London, and I've never been to London.
I don't even remember what you played that caused me to follow you, but I am so thrilled to stumble on you at this part of FF14. I played this game 3,000 hours, and the awe of walking through this place might be one of the best of those hours. Yeah. This place is awesome. I'm glad you found me in time to experience this, D. Holmes Gaming. And thank you for following me. Whatever brought you to me. Each of these towers seems a veritable city in itself. Even a gigas would feel inadequate in such surroundings. I almost forgot how to pronounce that word. If mine eyes do not deceive, we stand in some manner of communal square. Just a moment. I thought I saw something. Nope, not Thancred. I'm looking at Alice. Why did you glom onto Thancred? Man, that archway is... That's a work of art. I am playing Star Control 2. I'm currently in my second playthrough, because I failed on the first one, and the patron that picked it wants me to get the good ending. So if you found me through Star Control 2, that's probably it. Holy shit, there's 24 of you people here. Hi! People are excited for the end of Shadowbringers.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's only at this distance that you start to realize just how big the buildings truly are. What did that voice call this city? Amarat? Look, over there. Oh-ho. Is that a person? Ah, no, my mistake. That's a giant. It doesn't seem to have noticed us yet. Giant or no, a resident of this place may have much and more to tell us. I say we make the first move. Alphino, you can't just... Ah. I think that's a ghost, guys. I'm not sure they're real.
Have you noticed the lighting is reversed on it?
Yep.
Like the shading.
It's very cool. Pray excuse my boldness, but might I ask you a few questions? Are you a simulacrum? Oh, that is very big. Oh, what adorable costumes. Are you children on an excursion? This district has much to teach you. Yes, teach us. How odd. It sounded like no language I've ever heard, and yet I understood every word. Just as he understood us. And which district is this exactly? You must be lost, poor things. You stand in the Polylarite district, wherein lie the institutions most vital to the management of our star. Can you tell us who rules this city? Who rules? A curious question. Mayhap you refer to our supervising body, the Convocation of 14. So Emmett Selk isn't the leader here. Emmett Selk is a member of the Convocation. Were you hoping to witness its deeds firsthand?
I asked about Emmett Selk directly, and his answer was, "Ah, I see. You've come to marvel at the workings of the Convocation of 14.
Ah. Hardly surprising, I suppose. The whole world holds its breath as the final days draw near, and our brightest minds race to implement their plans. Thus, you must understand that gaining an audience at this time will be next to impossible. You should hurry home now, before your families begin to worry. Do you need me to walk you back? No, thank you. We will be fine. I hope this place is populated heavily by these giants. Very well. Take care, little ones. So when souls are whole, the original people are that size? Excuse me. Oh, they faded out of existence. What was that all about? To my eyes, these people appear as arcane entities. I suspect Emmett Selk wove them from ether, much as he reconstructed the rest of the city. The final days. Such words well befit the oblivion described to us by our Ascian foe. A catastrophe of unprecedented scale, which did set in motion the summoning of Zodiark, and thence Hydaelyn herself. But that happened centuries and centuries ago, didn't it? That man spoke as if they were rushing to avert a disaster here and now. This is a memory. Unless, for these people, the distant past is the here and now. I believe thou hadst the right of it, Master Alphino. This ethereal Amarot and its residents appear to be phantoms of a different age. Emmett Selk hath resurrected a memory. I told you, a moment in time from before the star was sundered. So, we find ourselves in a long-destroyed city, inhabited by the long-departed. An unusual situation, to be sure, but at least we're able to parley with these ancients. In fact, they seem downright eager to chat. I say we use this to our advantage. Split up, strike up some conversations, and see if we can't learn the location of our quarry. And while we're at it, it wouldn't hurt to wheedle out a few more details regarding this Convocation of 14 and their impending disaster. To mingling, then. Let's meet back here when our jaws start aching. Ah, there. Macarensis Angle.
Hey. Hi?
Hey, Macarensis. Let's go left to right.
I know you mean map-oriented, but let's go left to right immediately turns right.
Loquacious is a word you don't hear often enough. One can never be too young to take an interest in the rhetorical arts. Welcome, little one, welcome.
I love the fact that sesquipedalian loquaciousness is the word for using too many words. Using words that are too big.
How may I help you, little ones? Do you wish to peruse the transcripts of the great debates, or would you like to reserve a room for a discussion? We are here to serve your needs. Twould seem the hall is host to a most precocious visitor this day. And what, pray tell, shall be the subject of our discussion, young one? the Convocation in their handling of the coming peril. 'Tis only natural that you should have questions. Shall we begin with the members themselves? As all know, the 14 are the wisest and most puissant among us. They are the stewards of order, responsible for decisions which keep this star turning season after season. Be it the speaker, La Habrea, or the emissary, Elidibus, each seat is occupied by an elected sage of surpassing intellect. Logrif, Metron, Emet-Selch, their individual titles have, as a gesture of respect and a matter of tradition, become synonymous with their incumbents. Thus, it is with great incredulity that I greet this recent rumor that a seat in the Convocation is soon to be left vacant. If proven true, it would be an unprecedented development, and testament to the immense pressure under which our saviors are toiling. In any event, I, for one, am confident that they shall deliver our star unto salvation.
This entire time we've been dealing with Parliament.
I see you, Cynthia. So I wonder if the one that left is one that eventually summoned Hydaelyn and led that effort. They're all wearing masks like the Ascians do. Good gracious, child, where is your family? You should not be alone at a time like this. Run along home, quickly now. Have you not heard? Though yet confined to the lands across the sea, a terrible phenomenon afflicts our star. They are calling it the final days. Yes, scare the children. Good job. 'Tis said it starts suddenly, a cacophonous keening from beneath the earth. The sound distorts all living things within earshot, and wrests from us control of our creation magics. Once that happens, all is lost. Fear, pain, despair, every dread impulse is siphoned from our minds and given substance. An eternal fall of fiery rain, an incessant spawning of nightmarish beasts. None can point to the source of the phenomenon. 'Tis as if the star itself has fallen ill, as if a force inimicable to... I keep saying inimical, it's inimical to life now festers and spreads. 'Tis only a matter of time until Amarat too resounds to that discordant squall. You should stay with your loved ones, child. Stay with them. Learning more about what happened to the original world before Zodiac showed up.
World.
Yeah. This is the Bureau of the Architect, little one. If you require assistance, I should be glad to assist you. But are you certain this is where you should be? I am. Concept clerk. Are you gatekeeping the concept of concepts? This is your first time here? Take a number if you haven't already, then settle in for a good long wait. Welcome to the Bureau of the Architect, little one. I should be glad to assist you in locating the concept you seek after I have finished assisting those ahead of you in the queue. An audience with Emet-Selch. I'm afraid you have the wrong office, little one. And besides, he will be far too busy to field the questions of curious children. Surely you have been told of the looming catastrophe. Every resource available to the Convocation must be spent upon ensuring our world survives. They have yet to make an official announcement, but it is said the 14 are moving forward with a plan of scarce credible proportions, one which promises to grant will to the very star itself. They will invoke our mightiest spells of creation to birth an entity of all-encompassing magnificence, and then they will rewrite the laws of existence. 'Tis a huge undertaking, and it must be completed ere the corruption spreads this far. Thus I say to you again, do not hold out hope for an audience. Sometimes I forget that the Amarotine DMV is not just the name of a lake shell I'm in.
Yeah, apparently the ancients were bureaucrats.
Shades of Legend of Dragoon and the ancient Winglies.
I just find myself thinking of the song from Futurama. That one video that revealed to me that apparently the German version did not dub over the song, so you just have the song as normal, and then right at the end, Bender just starts talking German. I did not expect it, so it just came out of nowhere like a fucking flashbang.
Well, that was an experience. I was never very fond of being treated like a child, but it did make asking questions less suspicious. Lore, if I was not certain before, then I am now. The people of this city believe they face the end of the world. I cannot imagine what purpose compelled Emet-Selch to recreate this ancient Amarat. Nostalgia? Longing? Loneliness? Whoa, that's a fun mount, Milena.
I forgot about that mount.
And yet, I fancy I hear his words to us, echoing throughout this ocean trench. He would have his story known.
Yeah, the description for that mount is, it has a mouth and must scream.
Nope, and there are and there's 3 more Etherite quests, or Ether Current quests.
We can
well
compare
as
notes
the
once the
MSQ
others
given
return. Hopefully then, our next move will become clear. Twould seem our conversations were much alike. A looming disaster, creation magics running rampant, and this convocation's efforts to bring salvation out of chaos. I suppose there was talk of little else in the time when these events came to pass. Excuse me. Hurry on Jay, if I may. What are your thoughts on the ancients' art of creation? A fascinating discipline indeed. Aught the mind can conceive may be rendered in reality. All that is required is a clear concept upon which to focus one's will, such as from the concept clerk. 'Tis not dissimilar to the primal rites taught by the Ascians, wherein ritual ceremony breatheth life into figments of myth and legend. I see we arrived at the same conclusion, then. The people who lived in the age before the Sundering were blessed with vast reserves of mana. No matter how draining these creation magics must be, it seems they paid the cost with not more than a fraction of the ether which coursed through their own bodies. If we were to attempt the same, such spells would soon deplete our energies, and then seek to draw the balance from elsewhere, from a hoard of crystals, mayhap, or from the very land itself. So everyone in the Sundered World could summon primals. Thus, when this art of creation was placed into our hands, it became, in effect, a means for destruction.
I love that lore because it is just like such an interesting concept that like summoning primals, it simply is creation magic. It just doesn't work in our world the way it did in the Unsundered world. Like when we try to imitate what came before, it just results in primals draining the land of ether as they try to like keep their own existence afloat.
Because we cannot provide enough ether to give them physical form, truly.
They were probably summoning like little house sprites and stuff too. Like primals the size of a dog to do stuff around the house or whatever.
Well, I mean, they wouldn't have been primals, they were just constructs.
Well,
also,
yeah, but they're basically the same thing.
Also, at this height, I'm pretty sure that would just describe Ifrit's size.
Yeah.
An interesting matter, which no doubt bears further study. But despite all these revelations, I worry we are no closer to finding Emmett Selk. Has anyone learned aught which might lead us to his location? Carbuncles, yeah, they be summoning carbuncles of unimaginable power just to do their housework. Not directly, mayhap, but from what we've heard, it seems the Convocation of 14 is sequestered in the nearby Capitol building. When we went to see for ourselves, the attendant wouldn't let us through without a writ of permission. So we tried our luck at the Bureau of the Administrator, where we thought these permissions might be issued. But the clerk there said he couldn't help us, since our names didn't appear in the registry. What about my name? And that was where we gave up. I wonder, though, Lore, could you be eligible for one of these writs? The voice in the lift seemed to know who you were. It might be that your name is registered at the bureaus as well. Worth a look, I'd say. Meanwhile, I'll head back to the capital and search for a less official point of entry, just in case. Pray allow me to accompany thee on thy reconnaissance. An arcane perspective may prove needful. I think I'd like to speak with more of these ancients. Maybe they know something that could help cure Lore's condition. Would you mind coming with me? We're splitting up into 4 groups. Of course I don't mind. Just lead the way. Aw, they're making up.
Splitting up into 4 groups, and it just so happens we have 4 quests on the map in our immediate area, so perfect.
Then Y'shtola and I will busy ourselves with further exploration. There was surely more intelligence to be had. And so we part ways once more. This time, however, let us reconvene in front of the Capitol. Alright, well, at minimum, we're going to go grab the Aetheryte before we do any of that.
Mm-hmm.
What should we do today, and what should we do next week?
I think now's as good a place to stop as any, and we'll do the end of Shadowbringers next week.
Awesome.
Yeah, because like if we do any more than this, we're basically just gonna have to commit to just being a double length stream.
8-hour stream. That Aetheryte really is super cool.
Also super huge, Jesus Christ.
Oh yeah. Just like everything else in this place. Everything really is bigger in Zanarkand.
Mm-hmm. And there's more.
Oh, that's way bigger than the other.
Yeah, and there's more of it below ground too. Look down. You can see it like in cracks in the floor.
Holy shit.
Yeah, for a ground floor, there's not a lot of ground here. Like, there's literally more building below, building floors below us. This is not the ground floor.
Those are just basement floors.
All right.
There's a building where the roof is below us there.
All right, well, this is awesome. Man, Shadowbringers is so good. Shadowbringers is so good.
I just realised we've still got the Megazord titles up. Lisa's right fist and Roban's left arm.
Yeah.
You forgot about that? I've been noticing that for months. Whose Phoenix is that? Ah, it's Cynthia's. Where do you get that mount?
Which one?
The Burning Phoenix.
Oh, that is an Endwalker Savage reward.
Oh, cool.
It's the one that turns into a dragon when it lands.
Oh, right. I remember now. Alright, well, that's where we're going to end for today. And next week, we'll finish Shadowbringers. Man, Shadowbringers is so good, guys.
Aye.
I'm
We're
excited.
going to do something a little bit different for the final dungeon. Bryn and I have been conspiring.
Okay.
Yeah.
We'll let you know when we get there.
Okay.
Just dropping that for the homies in chat probably have some notion of what we have planned.
Going in with the Poro Rago team. Got it. All right. Well, that's where we're going to end for today. So I'll read my schedule and get off. Before I do, I would like to plug my Patreon, which you can find at patreon.com/LoreweaverStreams. The link's also in the description of the YouTube video and can be found with the !Patreon command in Twitch chat. I make my living off of Patreon. It's my sole source of income. And I make enough to pay my rent and my bills, but I'm mostly just scraping by beyond that. And I have to save up because I'm moving across the country in June. And I'm going to interrupt my spiel real quick to address something in chat. If you use the !schedule command, actually I haven't updated that in a little bit. You can get the monthly schedule in a Google Doc, and I also maintain the monthly schedule in a pinned comment in my stream announcements channel in my Discord server. So if you want my monthly schedule to keep an eye on that, go there. Anyway, where was I? I'm moving across the country in June to move in with my boyfriend. So if you could go to my Patreon and pledge $1 a month or $1 per stream or anything in between, I'd be grateful. I'm grateful to everybody who pledges because you're the reason I have this strange, silly job that I love so much. If it weren't for you guys, I would still be a telemarketer or a burger flipper or some other equally horrible, soul-sucking job that I hated in the past. So, thank you. I'd also like to plug my YouTube channel, @Loreweaver on YouTube. The link can also be found with the !YT command in, Twitch chat. I upload all my streams to YouTube. I'm 3 weeks behind or so. So the last couple of Final Fantasy XIV streams aren't up yet, but I'm going to be working on that over the next week or so. Other than that, everything from the last 8.5 years is up there. The whole Final Fantasy XIV playthrough is up there. There's a wide variety of games. I'm sure you'll find something you like. If you're watching this on YouTube, I stream live on Twitch almost every day at 1 p.m. EST at twitch.tv/Loreweaver15. The link's also in the description of the YouTube video. Come hang out and chat while I stream. I love talking to people while I play. It's a good time. We have a good time here. Finally, the schedule. Tomorrow I will be playing and possibly finishing The Devil in Me for a patron. Monday I'll be continuing Deus Ex for a patron. Tuesday I'll be continuing Root Double Before Crime After Days for a patron. Wednesday I'll be starting The Somnium Files Nirvana Initiative for a patron. And next Thursday and Friday I'll be playing Persona 3 Reload. And next Saturday will of course be our weekly Final Fantasy XIV stream where we're going to finish Shadowbringers. So that's what's coming up. Thank you guys for tuning in. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for watching. And I will see you next time.
Ciao for now.
Bye.